Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fibrotes, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Now I'll correspond it from the air. So them James Webb pictures are getting a lot of airplay.
James Webb pictures, I haven't even seen them to be honest, Neil. I lost all interest quite some time ago in the fakery that they put out to the general public.
Yeah, I know, but it's funny how they got it all over the place. Everybody's talking about it. Even on the sports channels I listen to. You know, it gives them hope. There's other galaxies out there. Look at the pictures they're showing us. There's hope.
Hope for what?
You understand? This Earth is dying. They'll eventually be able to travel to these other places and set up colonies.
Okay, because do we want colonies?
I mean, what they're selling the world. People are buying it. They're figuring within 50 years from now, they'll be colonized on Mars.
Who's just joined? Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
There's going to be a lot of depressed people when they come to a realization that Earth is flat and that space that we've been taught is fake.
There'll be a lot of angry people, Neil.
Yeah, that too. But there'll be a lot of people that they're hoping on this. I was speaking to a guy. He's like, "Are you kidding me? Since the 1950s, we've been exploring. 69, we landed on the moon. There's no telling where we'll be in 2050.
Here. We'll be here in 2050.
That's for sure. It's like there's a disconnect when you tell them, okay, so where have they been? since you believe they landed on the moon in 1969. Don't you think they should have more advancements, like the phone? Look how the phone advanced. Look how cars advanced. Look how computers advanced. How did we just stop dead after the moon? What is that called?
We lost that technology and it takes a lot to get it back. That's their excuse, isn't it?
Yeah, but what is that called when they, because he said to me, you mean to tell me that all the space agencies and everything we've been doing, all the scientists, that it don't exist? That's appeal to consensus, right?
No, because if you're talking about NASA, they're the subject matter expert. They're just liars.
Maybe appeal to authority?
They are the authority. It's only if you appeal to NASA to prove that what NASA say is true by virtue of them purely saying it. That would be an appeal to authority. Although that isn't even an appeal to authority, because an appeal to authority is an appeal to somebody who isn't an authority on the subject. So if I say Mama told me, that's an appeal to authority, right?
True.
Yep, she's your authority, right?
Well, it's not an authority. But just because you've got an authority on the subject doesn't mean that they're correct. In this case, we've got an authority on Narnia. Well, if you're the authority on Narnia, does that mean Narnia's real? Because you've got a subject matter expert in Narnia? Well, in this case, Narnia is space, right? So having a subject matter in a fake place that doesn't exist doesn't mean that they're in any way going to make that fake place real just because they're a subject matter in it. They're a subject matter expert in somewhere that doesn't exist.
They did a good job because they duped the whole world.
Wouldn't that be an appeal to a false authority if it's not true, though?
That's called an appeal to a lie, a fallacy.
Fallacy itself.
I have a feeling this is going to be a great show today.
Oh yeah, what makes you think that?
It's starting out very slow. Not many people are talking. They might be sleeping in Discord. I just have a feeling it's going to be a great show today.
Fair enough, Neil. They're not told any apprehensions whatsoever about what the show's going to be like, to be honest.
I listened to a show yesterday. I forgot which one you put up. But Eli was saying how when he was on that show, what was that show? I forgot the guy's name. One of the guys from the Wu-Tang? Is it Wu-Tang Clan?
Killer Priest.
Killer Priest, yes. And he was saying that they weren't getting, every time he explained the fallacy, they weren't getting it. And I was trying to say that, how are you explaining it? Because when I heard Nathan explain, begging the question, I understood it because he explained it so well. Now, I wasn't trying to insult him. I was just trying to say, did you break it down where they can understand it?
Okay, unless you expand on it, it just does sound like you just were insulting him, using me to do it.
No, he didn't answer me. He didn't say, yeah, I broke it down the same way, and they still weren't getting it. It was like nothing. So,
I don't know. I don't know what to say, Neil, in that regard. Not everyone gets how a logical fallacy is constructed straight away.
then I must be gifted.
Or the way it was explained to you had been refined many times over before it was explained to you. But by that logic, I say that, but by that logic, that would infer that Eli could just do the same thing, right?
No, Eli's well spoken. I just wanted to. I wanted him to expound on what he said. Look, I couldn't explain it. I know it. I hear it. I get it, but I can't break it down.
Explaining it to them, that could present a problem for them accepting it.
I didn't get all that.
I don't think
What are you saying?
they were unreceptive, though, were they? I think what Neil's saying is they just didn't understand how the fallacy is constructed, as opposed to they were, not they wanted to brace against what was being explained to them generally.
Yeah, I think he said they weren't getting it.
The biggest problem Eli had on that show was the other flat earthers that were in there who weren't part of our group. Every time Eli spoke, they wanted to jump in and started adding in a load of nonsense. Basically, in a way, opposing Eli, whether they meant it or didn't mean it. They were basically taking the emphasis away from what he was saying. So when he tried to speak some truth, they wanted to jump in and add in a load of their stuff. They kind of start by backing him up, then start adding in a load of conspiracy nonsense and ruining the whole point of what Eli was trying to do.
They were cock blocking. That's what we call that.
Yeah, they were just ruining what Eli was trying to do. Just like they couldn't stop jumping in with their conspiracy nonsense. Just couldn't keep away from it. The other flat earthers, there were two or three of them there.
They're still at the feast of nonsense, huh?
Yeah,
well,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the majority of us here. Still regurgitating, vomiting up the feast of nonsense that they, gorged down when they first got here. So I can imagine it. Getting to the black swan. If the horizon's supposed to be at this distance and it's beyond it, then you haven't got any geometric assertions to make about Earth curve. And then some other flat earther steps in and says, yeah, we see too far, don't we? And you just want to shut up. No, shut up.
Well, we got them right here. We got people in Discord that are still at the feast of nonsense called Ether.
See, this is why Eli wanted chocolate with him. Because if chocolate is there, chocolate will stop that nonsense when it starts. And
Agreed.
And chocolate will also have his own thing to say. And Eli will stop that nonsense when it starts, when chocolate speaks. Because basically, Eli was trying to talk, Then suddenly they were trying to talk for Eli and then add things in as if Eli was in agreement with their conspiracy nonsense, which he wasn't.
But I'm surprised Eli didn't shut him up.
It's
Eli's
a
good
it's
like
a fine
that.
line. You're a guest on someone else's show, and you've got to toe the line between seeming unbearable and confrontational and being pleasant to talk to and still having some information. Now, there's going to be occasions where you really want to disseminate something complicated, and some dick around you, who presumably thinks he knows better, it just wants to step all over you so that they take a little bit of the credit that you are about to presumably take in their eye, when all you want to do is disseminate decent information. But you've got a couple of options. You can either be a dick and just tell them to shut up because they don't understand, and then you end up in an argument with them. It's a really hard thing to do.
Yeah, but you could tell them, just relax and let me finish with my point.
As a guest.
Nathan, I've heard you on 24/7, okay? Telling people to shut up. And you did get into an argument with what's his name? I forgot his name though.
On 24/7?
Yeah, the moderator. What's his name? The moderator there. Oh God, I forgot.
I don't remember this.
I
can't remember
that.
yesterday though,
I
so
do.
that doesn't surprise me. How long ago was this?
The guy from Detroit. He's from Michigan. What's his name? He's one of the main moderators there. Been there for a while. Oh God, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, but I'm not a good role model in that regard. Pointing out, do as I say, not as I do, Neil. What's your problem?
Yeah, Neil, you were already told what to do.
Yeah, well, it was funny that day because I was begging you to go on 24/7, and then poof, you were there, and I was like, oh no.
What happened was there was that paid NASA shill guy who was going in there, and people were spending 45 minutes going around in circles with the guy. Nathan went in there, and within 40 seconds, he absolutely annihilated paid NASA shill. And that showed just the difference between what happens over here at Nathan's level and what happens over there.
I don't remember this at all.
I also remember it. I thought you said you had good long-term memory.
I haven't today.
His name is
It's taken off today.
I think they're pretty efficient at 24/7. I don't think they do that.
I didn't get any of that.
Me neither.
He was saying they were pretty efficient, and then his efficient mic went out.
Yeah, I got there pretty efficient over at 24/7. That's what I got.
Oh, I went there that one time after 45 minutes.
Go on, John.
That was the gist of it. Was they're pretty efficient over there. I don't think they go in circles too much. Anyway.
You're kind of roboting, John. I don't know if you want to drop and rejoin.
They were at the time. Begging the question and BS.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. They were at the time prior to Nathan's episode there. I had one. That's when I left because they didn't understand what was happening.
I mean, all you can do is just keep disseminating the same information, and as time progresses and the arguments hold, people will appreciate what's good argumentation and what isn't, or they won't. Either way.
Well, you can't judge it on the response of a whole population that has had from grade school to college brainwashing. to be any fair comparison, like with judgment, as you're saying there. Yeah, this is going to take a while. It's the people who have got a conscientious problem with it are the ones that are first going to turn. They know deep inside something's wrong. They just don't know why. They suppressed it as a kid, like we all did when we challenged it, because the next grade you went up, they kept saying the same thing. That teacher put a bucket over his head and spun it around and said, there's no way. So the kid is seeing he's being lied to, sees that every level of education, the lie just progresses, and finally says, well, I don't believe it, but it's not going to change the score of my football team. So we just go on with life. That's what happened to me. I mean, I never believed it. I challenged it, and the teacher said, I don't even believe it. I just got to teach it. So it's like, okay, fine. Then I don't need to believe it. Believe what you're teaching if you don't even believe it. So it just gets put back there. And then when you hear it again, you say, I knew it. I knew it all the time. You just live in this world that the masses don't know it because they're succumbed to it.
Well, the water with the bucket of water, I remember because I was questioning how there could be water on, how's the water staying on the ball? And that's when they demonstrated the bucket, spinning it over their head real fast. And they're saying Earth is spinning, and that's why the water is being kept on. But I said, but the water's on the outside, on the Earth, but it's inside the bucket. So where do you go from there?
Well, you go from there. That never happened to me. I never saw that. But I did say, how does the water stay on the outside of a ball? But you actually had a demonstration with a bucket, which is not a ball, and the water's kept in by the sides of the bucket. So there's nothing to say. It's a trick, and they're trying to get you while you're young so you don't pay attention to it anymore. So anyway, the whole point of me chiming in was, it's not the body count of who comes over to this side or stays on that side. It's if the arguments are good and the person has ears to hear and eyes to see, they're going to see the truth that the arguments take the side on. If we don't have arguments, then we lose because we can't defend or show the lies in other arguments. Well, that
Good
quieted
morning
the
and
room down.
welcome. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley.
Time for coffee. Who's in Discord? Anybody?
I tried that already.
Well, let me try it. Anybody in Discord? Sound check.
10-4.
All right. See, it works, Neil. You just got to be patient.
Wow, that's nice and clear, too. Try getting something out of him.
All right. The guy in Discord has just responded. Say something else.
Case closed.
Yeah, right here. Listening.
Aha.
Nobody listens
Just
to me, or I listen to you, 10.
What's your channel name? What do you go by?
Me,
Yeah.
Diego.
Diego. All right. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. I'm working, so I'm always listening. Can't talk.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
There you go, Neil. They're working. They can't talk.
Oh, I work too. And I talk.
Well, not when you're talking.
It is hard when you're trying to install a piece of carpet and you want to say something, and then you go off mute by accident, and Nathan's yelling at you. It's a little difficult when you're working, I must admit.
Yeah, I never had this when I was in my working years. We just turned on the radio, listened to music, and worked. We didn't have a chance to have an earpiece in and a mic and converse while we were working on the subject matters. That wasn't around back then.
Yeah, no kidding. But you know what? I knew it was bad. I mean, for the working man, when that beeper came out, I was like, oh boy. Now they're clocking everything you're doing. Then it went to cell phones, then the handheld radios. Now it's like they want you to take a picture of what you completed and send it to them. Now you can't get out early because the picture's dated with the time, so now they know what time you left. Oh, God. Made it hard for conniving guys like me.
I didn't know you were in the knife business.
One bad apple.
From the Big Apple.
No, but it's not that you're stealing time. I like to work right through, get my 7 hours done. I have a coffee break. That's it. I don't take lunch. I start early. So, like, I'm done by 1:30, 2 o'clock. But if I send that picture at that time, they feel you're leaving early, even though you're not.
Well, you got to go to to the schedule they want. So put your 7 hours in the way they want, but you want to do it without your lunch break and all that. And not everybody does that. So it's not going to conform to their system.
Hey, I had one company. I did that one time. I was starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. The problem is, when I left at 12:30, the guys that came in at 8 o'clock or 8:30, they left right behind me. So the boss called me and he said, listen, I got no problem with you. I know you're doing your work. The thing is, right, when you leave, they all follow you. So please stay on the time that we start. We work 8 to 3:30. If you want to skip lunch, 8 to 3. I was like, oh, God.
Well, they used to fire people that left early after warnings. Why didn't he do that?
I don't know. It was a Dominican shop. Everybody had certain jobs. But these guys, if I left, I was the head mechanic there. When I left, even though I had left them where they could work until 3:30, and after, they just left behind me. So,
Well, it's just paying for the hours they work. They'll work longer next time. They got to buy groceries.
yeah, that would be the logical thing to do. Not make me stay till 3:30, especially in the summertime.
Just change the hours of work to Neil's time. Everything will be okay.
That's right. Well, 5 o'clock in the morning to 12:30, done. I even got a better one. 10-hour days, 3-day weeks. All right?
I was self-employed all my life, so.
The problem with that is it's hard to collect your money when you're self-employed. Everybody wants to jerk around. Everybody wants to wait 60 to 90 days. Unless you got $200,000-300,000 in the bank, you can't do that.
I don't know. I know a lot of self-employed people that are doing fine, getting their. I mean, you have the every now and then person, but they don't seem to have a problem with it.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by 10th Man, Neil, Brian's Logic, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
How are you?
Wow,
I'm good.
that was quick. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning, The Hammer.
Morning.
Morning, Brian. Good to have you
The
all.
hammer. Who's
Yes,
the hammer?
That's the guest that said hello to me in a very bizarre way. Hello,
Careful,
Nathan.
Mo, you're going to break the hammer.
Hopefully we'll get some housekeeping participation from Discord today, as they've been reasonably lively in the pre-show. That means they won't say a damn word, doesn't it? We'll
Yeah,
see.
you remember that brilliant idea I had? We'd call it Discord Monday, and it lasted all but one Monday.
No, that was the Discord Monday. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
Big
Come on,
negative.
Discord. Oh, good.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety? Hello, Arwin.
Wait a minute. I thought that guy in Discord was going to say something.
Said negative.
Oh, he said
Axial
negative.
rotation.
Okay.
Well, some people still think that the horizon is Earth curve, though. You realize that. Majority of the world think the horizon is Earth curve. You know that, right?
Well,
Yeah.
the horizon
Actually, I
is
lied.
Earth curve, but you can't see it because it's refracted.
Then it's not Earth curve. What was
Here's
it you were saying
one that
from
actually
Discord?
may be a potential first housekeeping question, Nathan, if you don't mind. Why they claim that the star that 61 degree drop per degree.
You're breaking up. Well, there's already a correction to come, so even though he's broken up before he's made his point, they don't claim that. They can't claim that because they can't get a degree measurement every 69 miles, because that would require an angle acquisition that only can be done with a flat plane. So they might say it, but that really isn't their claim, because that claim takes place at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth that you twist in lieu of the protractor that you'd be holding if you were actually measuring it, in the only way an angle can be measured, off a flat baseline. So that's not their claim. But I didn't hear the rest of your actual claim, so I'm just going to address what I did here, which wasn't much.
I apologize. I cut out there, didn't I?
Yeah, I heard they claim 1 degree every 69 miles. Well, actually, no, but feel free to carry on.
Yeah, they claim that as you move along the surface, that 1 degree drop for Polaris, but they say it doesn't happen when you move up vertically in elevation, right? That's how they equate it to the surface, supposedly.
I don't know what they say about moving up in elevation. It doesn't change the angle to the star, but I don't know what they claim in that regard, to be perfectly honest. Anybody else on the panel know what they actually claim in regards to your height of eye actual adjustment in heliocentrism? And I realise there's a bait and switch going on, but what do they actually claim? That bit I've never pegged down. Height of eye. Anybody? Is there a height of eye in heliocentrism, or is it just their bait and switch with dip?
Oh no, it's bait and switch with dip. They just equivocate between the original and current dip correction definitions.
Gotcha.
They don't have any clear. They don't say anything clear. They just equivocate between the two of them and then claim that they have an angle. It's a load of rubbish.
It is a load of rubbish because if they're doing it, it's a depression angle, right?
Yeah, their claim on this is real funny. Actually, they they say that the actual measurement's coming from the center, which is the equatorial plane, and the distance between the center to the surface is roughly 4,000 miles, 3959, counting the observer's height as well. And that in comparison to how far the celestial sphere is, infinity, where the stars are attached on this imaginary celestial sphere, that the difference in that 4,000 is to be considered irrelevant, because if those distances, you could treat those two as the same or
I
as
see.
one.
I see. Even if you're a mile high, so rather than 39.59, you go 39.60 because you're a mile high. Well, there's a negligible difference between those two. But when they make that assertion, as I already stated to the guy in Discord who asked, you're already presupposing that this twisting of a protractor is you at the centre of the sphere, which you never are. What you're actually doing is measuring an angle off a flat surface. That's the only way it can be measured. But when they say, no, there's a negligible difference between the twisting of you at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth, right in the middle of the molten iron core, and a difference of plus 1 mile on top of the difference from the radius to the outside edge, plus 1 mile, is negligible. It's like, well, why is it from the centre? Well, because that's the only way that protractor claim, where you're twisting around a protractor, you're not. You're holding a sextant and moving along a flat surface to get angles at 1 degree every 69 miles. 1 degree of angle change against a flat baseline. Not 1 degree of you at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth twisting the spherical Earth 1 degree. But that's what they say.
Yeah, bingo.
Well, what they actually do is when they use a tangent plane, right, which is just, they're just basically using sea level, right? They get an angle, then they pre-assume that that angle is then being brought down to the center of their globe to another horizontal plane through the center, right, from whatever is horizontal straight down from wherever the angle is taken mathematically. This is all orthographic now, right? They then take the star, right, in their orthographic diagram and move it down to where the other angle is at the center of their globe. They literally move the star. And the reason they do that is because all their maths are orthographic. So they have to move the star down. Whereas in reality, I can get the same exact angle from sea level as I can from 6 miles up to the same exact star at the same exact time. But they can't show that orthographically, because that's only something that we can observe and see happening in reality. How it happens, I don't know. But even in their orthographic diagrams, they must move the star down to where the angle would, because otherwise the angle from their center is going to be different.
So in conclusion,
because it's an orthographic diagram.
In conclusion, they don't have a height of I. They've got a bait and switch with dip, and that's about it.
Yeah, there is no height of I. They don't bring. See, they equivocate between not having a height of I and then also claiming tangent planes, because the fact that claiming a tangent plane would mean that they have to correct. That means the sea level is their tangent plane, and they would have to correct the height of I from the observer in the boat down to sea level. But they don't do that. They talk about a correction from a geometric horizon to the actual horizon, and they equivocate between that, which is an orthographic mathematical correction. They equivocate between that, right, and then stating that the dip correction is taking the angle that's going from the person's eye to the horizon at a depression angle, bringing that up to horizontal with the eye line. That is not how it's done with a marine sextant. With a marine sextant, that depression angle, right, from the eye line to the horizon is brought down to sea level. The eye is brought down to sea level because you're getting into the horizontal. You're making your eye line horizontal with the horizon. That's what you're doing. But they're equivocating between a mathematical dip from a geometric horizon up to an actual horizon, right? Then they're trying to claim that what they actually did was bring it from the actual horizon up the eye line, completely ignoring the fact that the horizon that they're using is not the geometric horizon. It's really convoluted and pathetic is what it is. But that's what they're at. Ruhif, who's listening right now, that's what he's been doing. And I've been around telling people that's what he's doing.
Perfect. We've got some great diagrams that 10th Man, and one of which has been made by me. I'm going to start with the last one you posted, 10th. I don't know if you want to take up the reins from here.
No, go ahead, Nathan. You got a good grasp on it.
It's just a depictorial example of what we're describing. So we're being asked about height of eye, right? So we're going to take this picture. So we're going in reverse order for the guys in Skype following along in Masterby. Your point when you measure the angle is at where it's marked zenith on this last diagram. Now, the angle that you're going to measure is along the reference of this baseline in the vertical aspect that you measure the height of the star in. Now, for every 1 degree that the star moves, if you stay stationary, it's moved its position over the land 69 miles, or if you back away from it, not that this could be done in an instant, you travelled 69 miles, and this, like I say, an instant, so there's been no movement, theoretically speaking, in the stars, then it would drop 1 degree. Yeah? That's the idea. But the measurement that you're taking takes place on this flat plane. I don't know why it says image plane, but that's what it says. Right? Then when I described it being moved to the centre, that's what's being depicted here. So suddenly we've gone from, we're measuring angles on a plane, because it's the only way you can measure them, and then describing that angle that you've measured on a plane as being actually in the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. So I'm just going to go to my diagram second. So this is what I'm talking about. You're suddenly not on the surface that you've measured, you're at the centre of the protractor, and the outside edge of that protractor is essentially the globe Earth that they've presupposed, and the measurement's been moved to the centre of it. And in this instance, it's not stars, it's suns, but it makes no difference in terms of what you're depicting, in terms of the angle that you would see off the flat plane, with a protractor around you measuring the angle that it moves along the sky from your relative position. Well, that's not you at the centre of a protractor, and the outside edge of the protractor, or sextant that you're holding to measure these angles, being the outside edge of a sphere that you're actually stood on. That is not how it works. But that is exactly what's been done. So I'm going to go to 10th Man's second diagram. So now you can see it in a little bit more of a visual... This is a great diagram, by the way. A visual way of representing what I've just described. You standing on a plane, that's this, I hope I'm saying the right colour, green area, and massive protractors over the top of your position to represent where things like the celestial pole is, or the sun is. Well, those are massive protractors over a plane of your position. Well, if you make those protractors into the sphere Earth itself, you end up with this diagram, with you as the observer, very bold type observer. Where are you? Well, you're in the centre of a sphere. You're not, you're in the centre of a protractor that they've reified from a flat surface, which gives them the angles, into the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. And its values are dictated by where these stars are positioned in angular relationships off the plane they were measured. That's been back-engineered into the sphere that we now think we live in, or on. I say in because that's how you're measuring these angles, but on when they tell you that you're actually on the outside edge of the protractor, as in this second diagram that 10th Man sent. Well, this would put you at the sphere Earth, not marked as a protractor, but marked with little green trees on the top edge of this protractor. That's your globe Earth. That's how it's been done. These are excellent diagrams. Thank you, 10th.
You're welcome.
How are people not understanding that? Like, why aren't they appalled when they see something like this?
Got some more diagrams. Did you want to go through those, 10th?
Yeah, I mean, which one are you going to put up? I mean, they're just there to support and cast to what you've already said.
I'd be more than happy for you to go through it again in your own words.
All right,
starting
well,
with the
let's
sky on a
go,
yellow plane with a star, right?
Which one are you on? From use yours as a reference point, the one you put up. Are you before that, the first two, or after that?
I'm after the hemisphere dingleberry. Next one along. Cartoon guy with horizon marked on a yellow disc with a star in it.
Got it. Okay, yeah, perfect. I'm there now. All right, so basically, to get an elevation angle, this is what you're doing, and there's a star. Now, this one is a cartoon guy there, but basically in the books, they say the eye of the observer is at the center of the Earth, even though the observer's on top of a boat on the ocean. All the mathematics, the tables in the almanacs, site reduction tables, all of it is as if you were taking the angle measurement from the center of the Earth. Move on to the next slide. You see the azimuth angle and the altitude angle depicted here. Just as Nathan said, it's a protractor. You're at the center of it. And they've just added a lower hemisphere to make it a ball Earth. And they could easily do that because you never see the lower hemisphere. They can always put it there, but you never see -1 to -90, 0 being the equator line. So that dingleberry doesn't belong. So what belongs is a flat plane, and then the azimuth is your horizontal angle along the flat plane from north in a clockwise motion. So you have the bearing direction of the sun in this case. And then you have your altitude angle, which could only happen if you're on the flat plane. So they're showing it to you right here that everything for it to work must happen off of a flat plane. That's where all the numbers are from. And yet they want to reify that you're living on the arc version of this protractor image, which marks your arc in the sky because that's where your eye works. Because when you see the sun rise, it's not 90 degrees above you. It's not your zenith yet. It's not high noon. It's at the horizon. Now, the sun isn't touching anything, just like clouds aren't touching anything. It's perspective. Okay, next slide. This one really shows it nice because it shows the co-altitude, which is the zenith distance, but that was not acquired from the surface of a ball. That was acquired from that solid and dotted line through the center, the equatorial plane. That's where the angle's coming from. So you can see that the co-altitude, 3,000 miles from what you're sighting at the subpoint, is not coming from a curved surface. It's coming from the center, just like these pictures have shown before. Okay, nice little trick. Next slide. Local sky coordinates, again, very important to understand. The azimuth angle is around from north, and altitude is the angle up from the horizon. Up from the horizon. Get it? Elevation angle up from the horizon. You need a horizon. You need a flat plane. Beam Boy sees the object at about azimuth 200 degrees. Well, if he's starting north, and north is 0 and 360, depending which way you're sighting it, you just go in a clockwise motion, and it's at 200 degrees. Zenith is the point directly overhead. This image here with Beam Boy on a green disc without the arc and without the dingleberry underneath, the second half of the dingleberry, this is what's happening. This is a
Did we lose 10th? Yes, we did. Well, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But just to follow on from his point, he's exactly correct. The way they're depicting it is off a flat plane with angle measurements, elevation angle in this instance, from this plane to this star. And that requires an angle. You can't do this on a curve. It's impossible. Hence the need to move you from the flat plane. This green disc is now represented on the top. And the angle that we're describing is coming from the centre of this. It's like, well, that doesn't give you angles if you're using the surface as this curved line on the top. But they're not using the curved surface. They're using a plane that's stuck on the top of it. This would be a hemisphere dingleberry. So, I don't know what 10th's last slide is, but we'll have a quick goosey. It's the same thing. So yeah, you've got this flat plane, and all they've done is stuck the dome or sphere around a flat plane, and then the reference to the angle that you get off the flat plane becomes the spherical surface that you stood upon. No wonder they tell us at nausea that when they're referencing the ground to navigate, that they're not referencing the ground. Because as depicted here, even when they do it claiming they're on the top of the spherical surface, they still draw out a flat plane because it's the only way to do it. They just later claim that that plane is actually at the centre of a sphere. It's like, we're not standing at the centre of a sphere. Welcome back.
sorry, yeah, my internet cut off.
Hey guys, well, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey,
Good to have you,
Flatside.
Flatside.
How's it going? How's it going? I actually made it in time after work. Can you believe it?
Excellent. So you can do a bit of shilling.
You're doing a good enough job for me.
Well, I haven't done it
I still
today,
have to.
so because you're here, you can continue
No.
the shilling I've been doing for the last
Well, I
2
just
days.
No, I just had to come on to thank everybody that is supporting the GoFundMe. I mean, we're already past quarter way, so we're getting there. I mean, without anybody's help, I'm not going to be able to get the PC to be able to get better quality content out there. So I really do appreciate everything everybody's doing. And I'm definitely going to do a special for everybody that has supported the GoFundMe. So, yeah, I just had to come say personally thank you to everybody. And thank you, Nathan.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So I like to pay it forward in these regards. And yeah, I echo your sentiments. Thank you very much to everyone who supported the GoFundMe campaign that I set up on Flat Sword's behalf, because he can't do it in his region. And selfish motives, I wanted to hear Flat Sword sounding good. So it's time to get him a new computer, eh? Because that's what's required. So yeah, big shout out to everybody who's actually supported that campaign. It's still running. So yeah, check out the link. If you can chuck him a couple of bucks, that'd be really, really appreciated. And I think I said it on yesterday's show. That's what I'm ideally hoping that happens, Flat Sword. There's a lot of community spirit with everyone chucking in a couple of bucks, as opposed to, you know, a couple of really generous donors that chuck in a lot more. It's just nice to see several, you know, I think there's 11 people so far that have contributed to it. It's just good. It shows community spirit, basically. So I'm keen for people to do it in that way. I'm going to start hustling, or maybe I should encourage you, start hustling the Skype groups and saying, come on, just chuck in a couple of bucks just to show solidarity. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised how much people actually have been giving. I mean, every little cent helps. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. And some of them haven't been insignificant. You have a few $20 donors as well, which is always good. So I'm sure we'll get there relatively quickly. But yeah, it's nice. It's a nice thing to do for somebody else. So I enjoy doing GoFundMe campaigns on other people's behalf. I enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we'll get you to having a new PC, which is the main aim, really. As much as it's fun to do GoFundMe campaigns, it's a lot more fun to actually have the PC running and you doing decent live streams. So yeah, has there been any more? I haven't actually looked this morning. Has there been anybody else contribute?
I just literally got home, so I haven't checked yet. But this morning when I checked, it was I think over £180 already.
Oh really?
So yeah, it did go up a bit. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! So there is I'll have to go and dig out the link and do a proper shout out. So let's see if I can find a link for it, and I'll bring it up on screen and actually do the shout outs right now. Can you chat amongst yourselves for just? Oh no, I found it right when I was about to need help. Excellent. So yeah, it's up to £180. So Wolfie6020's chucked in $10. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. Really appreciate the support. Also, an anonymous donor, which is great. Am I signed in? No, I don't think I am. Hopefully it'll keep everyone anonymous that needs to be anonymous. Ryan Q. Vincent, thank you very much indeed. And am I going to butcher this guy's name? Yuho, thank you very much indeed for supporting the GoFundMe campaign, along with Rob and Ted. Really appreciate the support. James as well, thank you very much indeed. Really do appreciate it. So thank you very much everyone who has supported the campaign so far. About a third of the way there. Brilliant stuff. Oh, I couldn't be more pleased. I'm sure you're delighted too.
Yeah, and very surprised at Wolfie. Thanks, dude. You're one of the first anti-flat earthers to give. The others just want to tell me to get a real job, so I do appreciate it.
Excellent stuff. Right, so yeah, so support the GoFundMe campaign. I should really go through those motions actually while I'm here. So if you did want to donate to this campaign, just be sure to set the tip amount to 0, because they do take a fee anyway. But yeah, just pop in whatever you want to donate to the cause. If you want to just chuck in a couple of bucks, that is really still very much appreciated. And as I said earlier, it does show some solidarity amongst us, even if it's us and the people in this pool with us, which is the anti-flat earthers like Wolfie. I mean, we're all in it together, so really do appreciate it from every single source. If you can't, if you're just that broke, which is understandable at the moment, I've got to be honest, I can relate, just share it. So, you know, copy the link or smash it on Facebook or Twitter, and that helps an enormous amount if you can't necessarily contribute. So if I do pester you on Skype and say, can you chuck in a couple of bucks just to show a bit of solidarity, and you're like, no, I'm too poor. Well, why haven't you shared it then, you misery? So please share the GoFundMe campaign. I think that's enough shilling for your GoFundMe flat side.
A lot of harmony in the community.
Harmony at the moment. It's been a very relaxed show so far. Had Dr. Bob come on my really old video commenting saying that he was not allowed off mute yesterday. Did anybody notice Bob in the Discord server yesterday? No, Nathan, I didn't notice. Oh, well, neither did I. But based on
That
his
question
comments,
is the Discord.
it seemed to imply that he'd come in and nobody had taken him off mute during the live show. That was what I gleaned from his comment.
That
I
would be
didn't
the
notice you if you
moderator's
did.
fault, right?
Say again, Neil?
That would be the moderator's fault, correct?
I run the show, Neil, so if somebody's come in and I haven't noticed, then yeah, that is my fault entirely. In any event, I didn't notice if he did, but everyone gets taken off mute as soon as we get moved into the after show anyway, so tends not to make any difference because you can just talk as soon as the live show's over. Obviously, in an ideal world, you want everyone off mute, which is what I'm doing now. I'm generally pretty fastidious when it comes to these things.
I don't buy that because we long for them to come in. I'm sure if he was trying to get in, somebody would have seen it.
Speak for yourself.
Are
Well,
we
they love you,
longing
mate.
for them to come?
I'm not.
Remember?
I like
Remember
when they get
yesterday,
spanked.
Kumu virus?
Well, they do like to make excuses not to chat.
That's true.
That's correct.
Yeah, but no, you don't need to make excuses if you don't like a particular bar, do you? There's an ad campaign running by YouTube at the moment that says, look, if you don't like the hate, this is what you do. And then they show you how to block somebody. There's a newer one that came out yesterday that I noticed on the ads, because I watch people's ads when I'm watching their YouTube video. I'm good like that. And the ad said, this is how you get rid of a hater. And it went to their channel and it clicked unsubscribe. And the sentiment was to say, why are you watching this if you don't like it? Just unsubscribe and go on with your day. Now, metaphorically, when I compare this to a bar, doors open, drinks are served, discussions are had. Yeah? That's what happens in this bar. Now, if you don't like the bar, you don't have to come in. And I'm not standing on the door going, come on, 2 for 1, it's party time. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm sat behind the bar talking to the regulars. And you can come in if you want to. But they go, we don't want to because blah, blah. I couldn't give a crap. The door's there if you want it. If you don't, nobody cares. Now, Neil, on the other hand, is longing for you to come in. Me? Well, not so much.
Yeah, Neil's hungry.
Every so often, a commenter will point out that they've listened to an old show and they'll go, he's been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Why would it, in this regard, why would I long for it?
Good
I think
old-fashioned
Neil just
Nathan
wants
Oakley
to hear their
spanking is
stupid
good.
arguments.
Say again, whoever that was.
So I think Neil just wants to hear their stupid arguments.
No, I want to hear Nathan smack him around a little bit, Listen, when I was a kid, there was this one particular guy that was so good with his hands, we'd love to watch him fight. I love to watch Nathan fight.
So you long for Nathan then? Okay.
Yeah, basically, it's just sickening, isn't it?
Not everybody else, 10th man, everybody that gets in, chocolate. I love it. At least once a week.
Have I surrounded myself with sycophants? Is that what Neil's basically telling my audience right now? I love how all of the panel immediately jump up and defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like to say it, but they wanted to. Stop it. I say it.
You're getting really gay.
Yeah, they used to like the bar when they came in and they were allowed to wear knuckle dusters. Then they liked the bar when they could leave flat earth blood on the floor as they left. They liked it then.
Yeah,
But Nathan won't let us talk. He
Is
just
that what it
mutes
is?
us.
I don't ever remember flat earth blood being left on the floor.
All right, go back to some of the early shows.
Maybe the first 10.
No, a lot more than the first 10. You weren't there, man. Honestly, just go back and listen to an early show. Just dedicate an hour rather than listening to an after show one evening. Go back and listen to an old show.
Yeah, I have. It is quite hysterical.
Yeah, I'd say most of the Globers who come in now, they have like kind of found like this. They've made peace with themselves, living in this what is that called? The cognitive, right? I want to hear people who haven't made peace with the cognitive dissonance. Yeah, but most of them here have.
Yeah, we're in a pond with selected other fish around us. So what you want is outside fish, but they're in different ponds, separated from our pond. So all we have in our pond are the people who are in the same exact boat, if metaphorical, I'm mixing metaphors badly here, in the same exact pond as we are. Well,
boats.
So when you're like, oh, I want to hear the fundies come in, it's like they're the only ones that will come in. And in this pond, in this set of weeds over here, they don't like it over here. It used to be all right. Now it's not. Because they don't get to win. They don't get to come and spout fallacy without it being highlighted anymore. And that's all they ever had. So they don't like to come in and have their fallacies ripped to shreds. Neil likes watching their fallacies ripped to shreds. And this other guy in Discord saying, I'd rather see new blood. It's like, well, unless somebody accidentally stumbles upon this pond, in which case they're one of two camps. Because they're already in the pond. They're either, yeah, I'm totally with you, man, I wish the whole world knew. Or, you're an idiot. Don't you realise that the Earth and atmosphere rotate together, defying the Coriolis? Yeah, that's why you're in this pond, mate, with us. You don't believe it either.
We should have a free-for-all Friday show. Don't get me wrong. I love the educational. When it gets into deep conversations and this education, yes, I love that too. But we should have a free-for-all Friday. Let Rumpus back in so you can smack him around.
Yeah, you should hold an event where you pick one Glober to hold the mute button for that day, for like that hour.
No, you guys are nuts. It's not going to happen because there's no more begging the question. We rip fallacies apart. It could be any subject. It doesn't have to be flat Earth. If someone comes in with a fallacy or a claim, there's nothing wrong with hearing it.
Is Virus talking straight through the top of me, ripping him a new one, not good enough for you? You need Rumpus to talk through the top of me while I'm ripping him a new one instead.
It would just be a good incentive.
Oh, maybe not Rumpus.
First person to the seventh caller gets the mute button. You know.
I mean, gets the mute button.
I don't understand that.
There's no handing off a mute button. You guys in Discord right now, you've been here when Virus was here 2 days ago, right? It gets to the conclusory point. You haven't got an angle to acquire. What you are telling us is using a flat Earth. While that's pointed out, he chanted straight through the top of me, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Right.
So if you hand him the mute button, there'll be no conclusion.
No, that
goes
is
against
the
it.
mute button. Do you think I need to hand him anything for him to realise he's about to get raped and then start chanting straight through the top of it so the audience doesn't get to hear it? Do you think I need to give him something to do that? That's all. That's the only trick Rumpus has got. Oh dear, something devastating. Better talk straight through the top of this. Maybe cause a bit of chaos along the way. Maybe encourage somebody in the Discord server to argue with me on a separate point. As far as distance as possible between the devastating point I've interrupted and it getting back on track. That's his only trick. You want that, do you? Because he's not here to argue the toss.
Well, it's his name for a reason.
It's entertaining to hear you bash him.
Go on,
Nathan, could you go back to one of 10th Man's slides? It's the one where it shows a globe Earth at the center of a celestial sphere. It's kind of has a lot of blue on it. I just need to point something out there for the audience.
All right, before you do that, I need to make a quick technical report. Nathan, your upvote count is going completely ballistic again. Never seen it this high.
Oh, wow.
And it keeps on going and going and going. It's
What's
crazy.
it up to? Just out of interest.
5,500.
5,500. Wow. Fascinating
About
stuff.
500 per minute.
Somebody's paying for that.
Amazing. Somebody's paying to like spam me.
Or it's just because the show is ace.
No. Yes, it is, but no. Right, I've got your diagram up, Brian.
Okay, Nathan, just so everyone can see it. If people will see where it shows co-alt, right? That's co-altitude, right? Zenith distance. So it's showing there 3,000 nm. That's 3,000 nautical miles. The zenith distance, right, comes from the zenith angle. So if you have a 50
Brian.
degree...
He's on the wrong slide, Brian. He's on the wrong slide.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one, Nathan, where you have a globe out at the center of a celestial sphere.
6.2K.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's a thing on the, if you see there where it says co-alt, that's co-altitude. And underneath then, there is some other smaller writing that says zenith distance. And that's shown between the observer and the subpoint, right, on that diagram. It says above where it says zenith distance, it says 3,000 nm. That's 3,000 nautical miles. Now, I'm just going to point out, and anyone who's really interested, please pay attention to this. This is the most important thing in this whole argument. The zenith distance comes from the zenith angle. So if the zenith angle is 40 degrees because the elevation angle is 50 degrees, 50 from 90 leaves 40. That means that the zenith distance will be 40 times 60, right? So 4 sixes are 24. So 40 times 60 would be 2,400, right? 2,400. That would be our co-altitude. That would be 2,400 minutes of degree measured horizontally across the sky. That is then brought down, right, as minutes of degree measured horizontally across the sky, as a horizontal distance along the baseline, the sea level horizontal baseline of Earth. Why is that horizontal? Why does that have to be a horizontal distance from the observer to the subpoint or GP point of the celestial body? I'll tell you why that has to be a horizontal distance, because that zenith distance then becomes the radius of a circle of equal altitude. Radius lines have to be straight. So to create a circle of equal altitude, you must have a radius to know what size that circle is. And for that circle then to create that circle of equal altitude, that radius must be doubled to a diameter, which also must be a straight line. That is basic geometric principles. Now, you can't then create all that out of fantasy in your own head and plop that onto a sphere. Because when you do that, right, as long as the circle itself is small enough to fit onto the sphere, the radius and diameter, right, that diameter then becomes a chord line through the sphere. And the sphere then becomes an arc above that chord line. That arc will always be greater in distance along the arc than the distance along the chord line. So all your measurements that you made in reality all go out the window when you put that circle onto a sphere. Because all the coordinates will never match, they'll always be wrong. None of that works. That's why when they show here this zenith distance, like this big, huge distance along this celestial sphere, that then becomes a much smaller distance along the surface of the globe. That's complete and utter, total and utter rubbish. They are claiming a curved radius line at that point. Radius lines are not curved. These are horizontal distances at all times. Does everyone understand that?
Yes, I was about to. I just didn't get to the mute button quick enough. Yes, Brian, I'm following along.
Yeah. So when you see those kind of diagrams, remember that the distance they're giving from the observer to the GP point along the surface of their globe, because it's always along the surface of their globe, the outside surface of their globe, that is supposed to be a radius line. There is no such thing as a curved radius line. It can't exist. You can't create a circle or a sphere from a curved radius line. That is a horizontal distance. The diameter is a horizontal distance. The circle you will be creating will be a horizontal two-dimensional distance. Circumference. When you see that, remember, any distance that they give along the surface of their sphere is always, between an observer and a GP point, is always in reality a horizontal distance, because radius lines are straight lines. Finished.
Hey, Brian, I just posted a picture in Master B, the black and white from the Navy site, showing exactly what you're talking about. If you could put that up, Nathan, and Brian could comment on it.
You can.
Well,
if I just check just for a second though, if I can shout out Godzilla. Don't know if you heard this joke before, but here it goes. You ready? Phil. Did you like it? Thank you very much for the super chat, Godzilla37. Which did you want, the last one?
Yeah, the last one, black and white, with the Navy guy.
Okay, it's up.
Yeah, this is what Brian's talking about. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That radius line that you see on that diagram, that everyone can see on that diagram, that straight line between the observer at the outside of the circle that stretches all the way to the inside, right, that then creates a diameter to create the circumference of that circle that they have there. This shows that is a horizontal thing. To create that circle, to find out what size the circle has to be or is going to be, you need a straight radius and a straight diameter, because there's no such thing as any radius or diameter that isn't straight. But if you take that line there between that man, that observer, let's just say, and the center point of that circle, on their globe, that's along the surface of their globe. That means it's a curved line on their globe. That's the bait and switch. If you start arguing with them past that point, then you've completely missed the point. Completely missed the point. Wow. And another thing I want to point out, just 1 second, that radius line, that's the adjacent of this right angle triangle. The angle line that goes up the way, that's the hypotenuse, and the opposite line, which is from the GP, which is the zenith from the GP to the star, that creates a right angle triangle, right? The length of that hypotenuse, right, doesn't determine the length of the adjacent. Not in celestial navigation. Maybe in other geometric circumstances, but not in celestial navigation. The length of the adjacent determines the length of the hypotenuse. And the length of the adjacent is determined by the multiplication of the zenith angle by 60. Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, you're welcome. If you want to go backwards on the slides, can you show the all about angles, and we'll work our way backwards to 3 slides?
You can. I just want to do a couple of quick shout outs. So shout out to Peter Martinez for supporting the GoFundMe campaign, and also Lane Mercer for supporting the GoFundMe campaign. So really do appreciate your support. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, I'll just flick back to your diagram. Thank you very much.
Yeah, to add on to Brian's excellent points, here's all about angles. You've got a right angle, right, 90 degrees. All the books say when you sight a star and you say mark, then you subtract that from 90, so you can see what they have to subtract it from. Do you see any curved lines in that 90 degrees to subtract anything from? Anybody?
No.
Okay, well, that settles that. We know what an acute angle is. It's something up to 90 degrees, but it's less than 90 degrees. So that would be the angle measurement with the sextant. So an acute angle can fit in there. But then the third one is an obtuse angle. Measures more than 90 degrees. So this couldn't work because you got to subtract from 90 degrees. Okay. So if you go to the previous slide, you'll see 90 degrees and a 55-degree angle. You could just assume this is a guy with a sextant. The vertex is the red dot, and he's got a 55-degree angle to the star or sun in this case. Are you on that slide, Nathan?
Yes.
Okay. So here it is, 55 minus from 90, 35, 35 times 60. And what is that going to give us? Well, go back one more slide, and we're going to see it displayed with an error because they have to show a curved baseline, but it can't work. And they discriminate and incriminate themselves by putting 90 there on this slide. So here we've got 90 degrees, height observed, complement angle. So the angle was measured at 60, as you can see, minus from 90 equals 30. 30 times 60 nautical miles is 1,800 nautical miles. So you see that co-altitude on top? That's a straight line, even though they got a bending. See that bottom line? That's a baseline that's straight, but they got a bending. And you know there's something wrong because they apply 90 to it. We just saw what a 90 was. You don't have a bent line in a 90. So you know they're already tricking you here. So by them putting 90, either that's true or the curve is true, but you can't have both. Well, we know you got a minus from 90, so we know the curve part is untrue. So that co-altitude that Brian was talking about matches the baseline. But at sea, yeah, it's a two-step process because you don't have the luxury of a plumb bob or a plumb line to get your zenith, which is the red vertical line. Because if you can get your zenith, then it's a one-step process. But at sea, you have to use what's stable and horizontal, and that's the horizon. And so the first sighting is the sun, star, moon, whatever, when you bring it down, barely kissing the horizon, and you use that to get the vertical. The horizon is assumed to be a flat baseline in order to get your vertical. Has nothing. That's the whole usage of the horizon, is so that you could rock your sextant. I remember we had the virus the other day. He didn't even know what that was. When you rock your sextant left to right to create the arc, when it barely kisses the horizon, then you know it's vertical with the horizon, perpendicular. Okay, that's the whole purpose of it. And that gives you, in this case, a 60 degrees. And you're aiming at the star in this case, so your azimuth line is going to be correct as well. And that's got to be done over a horizontal plane. I mean, it's total destruction when they have to put 90, minus from 90, and when you get into how it actually works. And then you saw the previous slides where they say it's coming from the center of the Earth, but everyone thinks they're getting it from the surface that's curved. Impossible. Impossible statements that could ever be put together. Any questions?
That seems cut and dry to me. Beautiful.
Well, it's their books. It's celestial navigation in the heart of it, and they can't deal with it.
Well, one of their magic tricks is the to and from words, right? Because dip angle, they want to wedge in that you're measuring angle to a geometric obstruction that they call the horizon. But all it is it's a angle correction from a flat plane to a flat plane.
Yeah, it's the depression angle called dip angle. It's really height of eye above sea level, and you have to have a true 90. So you have too large of an angle, and it'd be obtuse because you're above the baseline, sea level. So you have to correct for that to get true altitude.
Would you be able to get the depression angle without first having your elevation angle set?
Precisely.
Well, it depends.
Exactly. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. It cannot be done on their Earth that curves.
Well, they can't even get an angle to a curved surface after they claim refracted for 2 years.
Exactly. So if they manage to bait and switch you by saying, oh yeah, I can get an elevation angle to my curve, it's a tangent. No, it isn't. You bent it when you told us that the line of sight to the horizon was bent when refracted at 7/6 of Earth's radius in standard form. That's a bent line, not a tangent. So they don't even have a straight line to a tangent point anymore. But our question's more specific and nuanced. How do you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved line? Because that's where you're measuring. You're standing holding a sextant.
Yeah, not to, from.
That's why I laugh when they bring calculus into it. Calculus has got nothing to do with it at all.
Well, the globe Earth does use calculus. They use the Haversine formula to turn the flat plane they just measured to project that up onto the celestial sphere.
Can you explain that Haversine formula in
you
simple
took
terms?
the words out of my mouth, 10th. Say that again.
Well, the Haversine formula is where they take the flat plane that you're actually measuring, and then they apply it to the sky by bending the line using calculus.
Did you know that, Brian?
Wow, that's new to me.
Brian mentioned it before. It just needs to be dumbed down for people like me.
I do remember it a couple of weeks ago.
And me.
The Haversine formula. First, when I looked into it, I actually got it wrong on what it was. But, well, not really wrong, but basically what it is a globe correction for a globe problem. So they correct the distance into a curved distance north to south mostly, because it's based on the Great Circle routes mostly, which is north to south, longitudinal routes. So they're just basically correcting from a flat universal transverse Mercator position to north to south globe curved globe distance. That's what they're doing. It's a globe correction for a globe problem.
Ruhif is very good at explaining how he utilized it in his presentation. After he took the flat plane, you got to understand it's a flat plane. That's important. And then he applied it after he got his angles and applied it in the celestial sphere. Then he applied the Haversine formula to turn it into a globe.
So he measured a flat plane. He applied his measurements of a flat plane to a flat Earth celestial sphere model, and then applied this mathematics to convert the flat plane he measured and then plotted on a flat Earth map up to the sky and called the sky the ground because it becomes the surface.
I think they get confused because the thing is you have your flat baseline and you're measuring the arc of the sky, which is all just due to perspective, and they're trying to take that arc and call it the ground.
Yeah, but they're doing it with the Haversine formula. That's specifically how they're doing their magic trick.
So they can bring radius into the equation.
Well, we're definitely going to have to get some more details on it from you and Brian. Excellent stuff. So essentially what you're describing is when we bring up the diagrams, let's go and bring them back up again actually. Where's that first one, or second one I think it was. Yes, this one. So when I show the flat plane with 2 protractors on it, 3 protractors if you include one that's not marked with the sun on it, to take you from this position that you're measuring on the flat ground that we're standing on and move that up, it's using the Haversine formula. Did I say that correctly? Haversine formula to do what's on screen and turn the outside edge with markers for degrees into the outside edge of a sphere. Haversine formula is what's required after you measure a flat plane and plot that flat plane measurement into the celestial sphere flat Earth model. And Ruif had to do that for you, did he? Talk you all through the flat Earth and understanding how it's got to be flat and measuring those flat Earth angles and put them in the flat Earth celestial sphere model and then applied that formula. How beautiful, Rufy! I bet that's not painful at all.
Yeah, but John,
I need to go back to my original point back in 2021 concerning this whole argument and what I just spoke about a few minutes ago. That distance that he's claiming along the curve of a spherical surface is the radius of a circle of equal altitude. How do you have a curved radius?
You don't, and they don't draw a chord either. So they don't. It messes everything up if you assume the surface is curved. Further to that, it violates the celestial sphere model. Further to that, you can't even measure an angle if it's curving.
What's an angle again?
Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Flatsoid.
I thought people learned that in grade 3 already.
You remember, Nathan, when you remember when we started Go on.
Go on, Chocolate.
No, I was just going to say good morning and what's up, Flatsoid? Been a while, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to see you, Chocolate.
I'm begging on his behalf, so he feels obliged.
I came in to say thank you.
Always welcome, man. Flatsoid is part of the fam.
Of course he is. He's on the panel.
So you remember when we started dripping sextant in the pre-show a few years ago?
Yes.
You remember the only argument, and still my only argument is you can't, the sextant is an angle measuring device, which they all agree. And an angle is two straight lines meeting at the vertex. And it cannot work with a curved baseline. That's the original. It still destroys everything that they say afterwards. That's all you need to know. It's just that. You don't need to know anything else. You don't need to know LHA, GHA, SHA. You don't need to know any of this. You don't even need to do the process of saying, well, show me a flat earther that does a sextant measurement and then gives us a fix. No. That's ridiculous. There's zillions of wonderful videos that do that. You can watch it in detail. I've subscribed to their channels. They're awesome. They just don't realize it's coming from a flat plane when they do it. It's akin to saying, prove to me that if you stick your hand in the hot grease at McDonald's where they do the fries that it'll burn. Prove to me, do it. You got to do it. No, I already know I'm not going to do it. I already know that's a truth. It's a nonsense thing to say we have to do a fix like they tried to do with John. John killed him right from the beginning. You can't get an angle from a curved surface.
That's why I like Homoto, because it's simply a right triangle to get your distance.
Perfect. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the like button 7,000 times, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either the Premiering Stream. Another massive thank you to all of you who supported the Flatsoid Get a PC GoFundMe. I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Go to the ones who are willing to see it. Don't worry about the ones who aren't.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? They're the gatekeepers to this. They've been, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, they've been set up as the gatekeepers to this subject, so that anybody that's even curious and types in flat Earth, the first thing they're going to hear are these morons talking about their curved angles. You know,
that might be true, but what person is typing flat Earth into a YouTube search engine, are they general Joe Normie? Or are they somebody who's already very much on a path and have just fallen into a pool they didn't realise they fell into? Which one is it, if they're typing that in as a search? Because it's not being handed to...
It could be a normal person, though.
No.
Because this...
No, not since 2018. Definitely not. Decreed by your government over there. No, absolutely not normal people coming across this stuff. And that includes the anti-flat Earth stuff. We're in the same pool. I want to get this point really homed in because people don't seem to be getting it. It was a niche search when it was us at the top of the lists. It's still a niche search with them at the top of the lists. We're all in the same pond. But if you're under the misapprehension that back in that when it changed back in 2017, 18 or whatever it was, it went from you might be looking at whatever, I don't know, subliminal messages. And then the next video offered up as a suggestion by YouTube was Mark Sargent or Eric DeBay. Now that does not happen anymore. Therefore, it's not being distributed in any meaningful way to the normie population. The only people coming across it are the people on that path, and they're the ones that would type it in specifically into a search engine.
No, I'm not talking about the people that are actively involved. I'm talking about like if you met somebody on the street and you started come up in conversation. Whenever they're not just going to take your word on it because you aren't an authority to them, right? The minute that, and everybody Googles things now, that's just what they do. But when the normal person that you met on the street and just happened to have this conversation with looks into it, they're seeing absurdity.
That's what I was going to say. The people that you talk to, then they go Google it, they're going to come with the nonsense. But when I got into it, I got some good stuff.
Just want to do another shout out. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Hold on one second. Just want to do another shout out. So shout out to, as I don't know if Flatsoid's still lurking around, to Jason Sansom. Thank you very much indeed for supporting their campaign. You're up to 215 UK pounds. It will get converted to funny money later. In fact, some of it already has been.
Any money.
Speaking of converted, refractive curvature, John, when you did your kitchen into a sphere, did you use the Haverstein formula?
No, I hadn't reached that point. I just measured the angles and then applied it in a celestial sphere model. I hadn't actually constructed the model. I just assumed the outside edge of my protractor was the shape of my kitchen. So I hadn't made it that far. But now that I know how they do it, there may be another bunk and debunk episode coming up.
Part 3. Oh, brilliant. Bungle or whoever it was.
That'd be great.
Was it Bungle?
I can just add something, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Talking about how to find these people or who's the right person searching the term flat earth in the Google browser. I always think back to like my sales training and that you're looking for a target market and that your target market doesn't include everyone in that pond. Even if you found the right pond, there's still going to be certain areas within that pond that will be your target market. And you'd almost want to qualify the lead. The qualification process of the lead tells you whether they're worth investing time into. And it's the same sort of thing when it comes to this topic. I think a lot of us flat earthers expect that everyone is our target market. And therefore we can tell the 70-year-old lady that works at the grocery store all the way down to like the 12-year-old kids that we see on the street. But we need to be a bit more pragmatic or proactive in figuring out who is the right target market and then focusing communications at that market.
Right.
I would say every Joe Normie.
Just before you add to me, I just want to completely agree with you, but at the same time declare my laziness in that regard. So I'm not that, am I? I'm the antithesis of that. I'm totally reactive because I don't know how to fathom that. So you're absolutely correct, and I'm sure Tenth will back me up in this. I'm sorry to cut you off, Flatsoid. As a salesman, that is what you've got to do. You've got to identify your market proactively and go after them. in an efficient manner.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. Why am I not doing that, given I'm a trained salesman? Because I don't know how to. All I see is roadblocks. So I can only, without tearing my hair out, all I can say is, right, I'll just have to be reactive. That's all I can do.
Yeah, and I've been asking myself this now for about 7 or 8 years, where how do you find out who that market is? Because I speak to flat earthers that are 50, 60 years old. I speak to some flat earthers that are 20. I speak to some that are tertiary educated. I speak to some that dropped out of school. It's like they're not forming this nice, neat, kind of like when you're shooting at a target and you get a nice, neat cluster near the bullseye. We're having outliers everywhere on this target. And those outliers are also flat earthers and also not flat earthers. So there isn't this neat, definable market that should be targeted. And I think that's why we're, exactly like you say, being reactive, because you don't know who's going to come in the door, who's going to join the flat earth debate to discuss this stuff. But as the guys wanting to grow their channels, we should be trying to figure out what is it. It's the same with marketing. You would ask people, okay, so how many times do you eat out a week? What is your salary? What is your level of education? And you start forming these LSM categorizations of, they fall into this bracket, therefore they might be inclined to search out this information. But because we've got such a broad spread of people that have discovered this truth, it's so hard to figure out what is that cookie cutter mold that when you meet this lady, then she's between 40 and 48, that damn, she's going to be a flat earther by the end of this conversation.
Yeah, there isn't one. Before you go, John, Flatsword, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off earlier.
Yeah, so I just want to say, I think with the audience market, especially what I've seen, it's very diversified. So it goes at the end of the day, what area of diversity are you more passionate about? I mean, some of the flat earthers like to go do the preaching route, the Bible, do the preaching route. And then some of the people like to go for, with the educated, science and whatever. So I think it all just has to do with the category you're passionate about inside of the diversity of the flat earth market.
Well,
good point.
What I was going to say is, we're describing this pond, right? And how you're trying to catch fish within but you don't own the pond. They do.
Right.
The people that control the narrative own the pond, right? So they've set up in the shallow end, the anti-flat earthers as the most likely outcome for anyone looking into this. So that's just how it is. But I think that in itself, the internet keeps us contained from talking from, like, if we didn't have the internet, we'd probably be on street corners talking to people because we wouldn't be able to express this to anyone. So maybe this in and of itself is a way to contain us.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, it's their pond. We've been stuck in it. We found ourselves here. What amuses me is I figured that out a long time ago. And shout out again made by Jim Bob, who put up a video of Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel, the guy who runs that channel, explaining that he didn't know where he was and how he got here. It's like, I appreciate your sentiment, because I felt the same way about 5 years ago. But now I know we're in this little pond and you're here too with us.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I think we'd all still be brainwashed.
I would like
it doesn't matter
that I agree with what you said on being here and having it. I purposely, knowingly, made sure I stay here so I stop bothering people on the streets. Like I know that's why I came here.
Well, you were bothering people in the streets, like just going up to people.
Oh yeah. Couldn't get
wow.
Yep.
Man, I bother people at my job. Walk into work.
Yeah,
hey, anybody found curvature today?
I agree.
They already know.
At the job, yes. do speak about it on the job. I used to drive people crazy playing flat earth debate and speaking.
I think that lends to what Flatzoid was saying, in that you're going to have different interest groups within the broader category. And I think I keep trying to find someone in the real world who actually wants to discuss their reality. They actually want to discuss where they are and where they're going. Real world matters. But you can't seem to find those in the real world. They are these pre-programmed, fluoride-staring normies that they don't even know what they want to achieve in their life in the next 10 years, let alone have they ever considered that they could have been lied to on this scale. And coming to a place like this where you're going to find 20 or 30 guys who are all interested in the topic of discussing this, it's kind of...
There's a break so I could say something now, right?
Depending.
It's South African internet.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Tenth.
Yeah, there's truth in all of what everyone said, but to grow an organization, it takes networking. That's what I learned in sales. That's how I grew my brokerage. So the whole point is that a person like the one who was just on, who's willing to go to strangers on the streets, has passion, zeal, just a lot of energy towards the subject matter, but it's not the most effective way. Okay, but what is an effective way? A person's warm market. A person knows so many people, and out of those so many people, a tight-knit or like the best friend group, could be more than one, then the next layer until you go to, say, acquaintance level. So someone comes to the knowledge of the deception of our reality and now wants to share this. The problem is they're not skilled because they just got into it. So they're afraid to talk. They don't know how to overcome objections, all these things. So same thing in sales. So you have to train them. So the new sales guy goes out with a seasoned salesman. And then the seasoned salesman says to the prospective couple, this is so-and-so, he or she is in training, and they're just watching to learn how to do the business that I'm in. And is it okay if I bring them? And they say, yeah, that's fine. You can train the guy when you come here. I did that so many times until I duplicated myself. And then they were doing it. And this just kept going on and on and on. Now, if a person that comes to the subject matter could know what Brian knows and refracted curvature knows, ball game over, but he doesn't or she doesn't. So what they have to do is they have to spend some time, do some study, do some research. But in between that, maybe they were too excited and they threw up on everybody initially. And so those people are saying, watch out for this guy. He became a flat earther. Well, at the time, he had no arguments. But now he's seasoned, he's got the arguments, but those people already have judged them. So we have a lot of that going on. So the network of warm market is the way to grow it, but it has to be mechanized, meaning the minute you come to this, rather than you trying to do it, bring it to someone else who's doing it and learn while you watch them, just like the salesman was learning watching his seasoned salesperson teach him. That's the method, and that will grow everything fast, no matter what pond you're in, no matter what obstacles are in the way.
Is that why you call the 10th man?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm doing on the Christian side with a few other people, which will be launched soon. And we're going to grow fast because there's a lot of people waiting for that kind of mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put it on you, but somebody needs to kind of put into building a pyramid scheme for this. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a pyramid scheme. Everything's a pyramid scheme, right? So it's not a bad word. But somebody needs to put in the effort to build this pyramid of, here's option one, then we have, I can give, I mean, it's stupid, but I can give you this card, or here's this link to this specific place where, an actual system of bringing people to the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing
not
wrong
just
with the guy on the top
what's on
getting
your
all the
top of your
money.
head.
Why'd you say pyramid scheme? I'm surprised.
That's what I'm saying. How can you say there's nothing wrong with a pyramid scheme? There's one guy at the
I want to
top.
hear him. I want to hear him why he thought it was a pyramid scheme to use a person's natural warm market as the market to go to.
No, it's not a bad word. So all I mean by the pyramid idea is that there should be, a building, and then build two people under you, and then that person builds another two people. There's nothing wrong with that idea. Yeah.
Oh, that's different.
So not a pyramid scheme, just a pyramid structure.
Yes.
Yeah, just a pyramid. Yeah.
But it's networking, and someone starts it. Is I guess in your world, the guy at the top, right?
That's you,
Sure.
Ted.
Yeah.
Okay, so then he
No, doesn't have to
tells
be a guy
two
at the top,
people.
but maybe the information, what's the top would be where you're trying to get them, I guess, maybe. But yeah.
Now, if you have a job, you're in the pyramid scheme because there's always someone above you making more money up until the shareholders or until the single owner of the company. Everyone's in some kind of override or being overridden position in life. If someone's paying you $30 an hour to work, it's not because your effort at that job is making them 20. You're probably helping that company with over $200-300 an hour coming in based on what you're doing. They share 10%, 30 with you, and they keep the rest and fill up upper management until they keep the rest as profit. No one pays somebody if the money's not coming in to pay them. So
that sounds like a really bad corporate model. I mean, officially, if somebody has a high pay, that's because of the level of responsibility that comes with the job. That's what it originally is. That's what proper payment
No,
is.
Tent is right. That's how it is.
You're not understanding.
Right, but
what
that's
I'm
like
saying.
corporatization. That's exploitation financially, right? That's terrible.
How is that? Hold on. How is that? Use it in my field. I'm supposed to get $39 an hour with everything said and done 50. So that means they got to be making 5 times the amount of that to even survive.
Let me tell you, a friend of mine is a security guard, and he's got license and trained, and he gets emails. We need 4 security at this house, or we need someone to sit at a bank for a week. There have been threats. Okay, a little bit more if you got concealed carry. All right, so then I look at the rates, $25 an hour to $50 an hour. Okay, now this is a company that was contacted who's got a list of these licensed security guards. And so the company is charging the client, what, $200-300 an hour? Paying the security guard $50. Some money goes for insurance, cost of running a business, the rest is profit. That's how it works. Or else you can't hire anyone.
Yeah, they're charging a lot more than that, but I understand what you're saying.
I didn't mean to take it off into I knew that's what I meant. It's a bad word. It triggers people, right? Pyramid. But what I really meant was that there should be some sort of PowerPoint, how to convert anybody to a flat earther, and then we follow these steps, and we should.
What?
I'm not looking to convert anybody.
That would actually be a pyramid scheme then.
You need to watch QE's video from the other day.
It's not about converting anybody.
No,
it's about giving them the opportunity, when confronted with the information, to remake up their minds. That's what it's about.
Yeah, convert. Yes.
No, it's not convert.
No, not convert.
I'm filled with dirty words.
Right, make up their own minds. That doesn't mean they're going to be on your side necessarily. It means that your information is going to help them to be able to change their mind and adapt to more realistic, current, relevant information.
When you're buying or selling anything, you have to ask yourself a question, right? What's in it for me? Yeah? If you're going to be talking about it in a business context, what's in it for me? So if you say, well, I've got to get a certain amount of conversions. Well, in sales terms, a conversion is from somebody who might buy something from you to somebody who's buying something from you. In other words, they give you money. That's a conversion. Yeah? From prospect to customer. Conversion. Okay, what's in it for me? Well, I get paid. In other words, if I convert that customer to purchasing something, if I'm on commission, I'll get a cut of that. Or if I'm salaried to do that, that's my job to do it. If I don't do it, I won't have a job to do. Does that make sense? So the what's in it for me aspect in that regard, in a business sense, is you being paid your job. Now, I'm going to, having prefaced it, ask you that question. So when you say you want to convert others and we need a basis of how we'll get conversions, in sales statistical terms, my conversion, if it's really high, is going to be me going to my boss going, oh, I want more money. What's the equivalent in this regard? What's in it for you to get a high conversion rate?
Yeah, you might be thinking along the right lines. Maybe we should build it backwards as far as where would it create monetary gain, and then build from there, and then build the steps towards that. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with profit. Profit's not a dirty word. Conversion's not a dirty word, and pyramid's not a dirty word. These are profit is just money. It just means somebody values what you are putting out there. It's not a bad word.
No one's saying it is.
But,
I'm saying when I listen to you, there's something disjointed because when you offer information to someone on the subject matter that we talk about, maybe in the back of your mind, you hope he sees it and he gets out of the tricksters and what NASA is like. That's our hope. That's our hope that he does that. But he's got to do that, or she's got to do that. So it's mostly, if you come across, let me show you what I learned. This is what I thought. This is how I felt, but this is what I found out. You know, the old feel, felt, and found approach. And then they're looking at it without the pride coming up, where, okay, you're sharing where you were deceived. Now you saw something. Now you have a different stance on reality. Sure, I'm open to it. And then they listen, and the conversion takes place, or it doesn't. But it wasn't because you could do anything about it in the sense of that final decision. That person is going to realize the minute they decide to step on this side of the argument that 99% of the world is going to go against them, Western world.
Yeah,
and it's
well,
a
that's
tough.
just like any sales.
Hang on.
Any sales. I mean, that you have to make them. You're not selling it to them. They're realizing that they need that product. Of course, I know. So I mean, it's not a bad way to think about it. But just like sales, these guys who roll up in Lamborghinis and nice suits to go sell you shampoo, you're like, something's working for this guy, and let me hear him out. So you do have to show how this could make your life better. Yeah.
Yes,
so
you're right.
All I'm saying is
now you've got my interest. So what you're saying is, if I had a Lamborghini.
Go fund me starting, Nathan.
Yeah, I think that's the next move. I think this guy's right. I mean, I think he's right. I do need a Lamborghini to be more successful in my flat earth conversion rate.
Let me explain what he just said in detail.
It wouldn't hurt. Absolutely right. It would not hurt. So go from me today.
You can rent them, I think, for like $600 a day or something. So.
Rental? How dare you?
Yeah. It'll be perceived as you pulling up in a new car every day. So. Yeah.
Go on, 10th. Sorry.
No, I don't see refracted curvature, Brian. He's not here. I don't see him.
Okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was going to say that's leveraging. See, when you can go beyond your own efforts and create a business, and you have people who work because you offered employment, and their efforts make you money, that's leverage. And that's why that guy has a Lamborghini, because he's got many people who do things that they get paid. They're part of the commission structure, and then he gets the rest, or he's in between someone else.
Yeah, but paid and money is just...
Someone talking while I'm talking? Because it's like I'm getting this back feed. What's going on?
Yeah, same.
I'm in the middle of a sentence and I hear some noise. I'm trying to figure out what this back feed is from. No, that's the whole point. So this is why a real estate broker will have 100 real estate agents. He's going to pay the novice ones maybe 50, 60% of the sale, intermediate ones a little higher, the real good ones who are tempted to become brokers themselves. In order to keep them, he's got to pay them about 90% and just live off 10, because that person who is the real salesperson who's been in the industry a long time, got a lot of client base, a lot of referrals, selling a lot of homes. Why can't he just go be a broker and become this guy's best competition? Well, he can. So the broker says, in order to keep him, I'll pay him 90%. And he'll know that the headaches of me having an office, overhead, secretaries, copiers. He wants to avoid all that cost and just be living the life of a salesman. And at 90%, he could do that, and I won't lose him. So this is why you have graduated commission structure, so you don't lose your best people. But back to the point, the broker started the business by himself one time. First recruit, second recruit. Next thing you know, he's got 30 agents. And this is how you leverage your time and money. Or you can be like Neil and like most other people, go to work, exchange your hours for money. The broker goes to work, he gets everybody's hours for money, because every time they make a sale, he makes money. So you just leverage it.
Yeah, I mean, I just, some of the greater minds are in this channel, right? And exchanging ideas and like successful stories. Like I have a friend who sells cars. He doesn't know jack shit about cars. How is he a good salesman? Right? He's just a good salesman because they gave him a procedure to follow on how to how to sell these customers. He doesn't know what engine does what or anything, but he still is able to be one of the top salesmen at that dealership, right? So you can follow a formula for sales and not know everything. And
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt and ask you a question?
Yeah, no, he was in the middle of a sentence.
I know, that's why I apologize and said, can I interrupt?
I'm just joshing.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you had a different name, but joshing is fine with me. Yeah, are you at the car lot? Are these people coming to you, or are you at the street evangelizing about your cars? Which one is it?
Right, he's at the car lot. Yeah.
Good one.
So people are coming in looking for cars. Interest level is high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what we have to do here. That's what will happen here once people realize how to do it, which is ask questions. Don't dump everything.
Well, there's also,
on somebody.
that's just a car lot. There's also, there's people who go door to door and sell solar. So they're targeting, knowing like, well, you have a home, you do, you have a home, you want efficient electricity. Let me go knock on your door, and they're successful as well. So it's not all.
And why are they successful?
Really
and why are they successful?
You tell me.
I'll tell you why. Because the guy's paying $400 a month in electric bill already. Mm-hmm. And the solar guy says I could reduce that to 50.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you guys are some of the
So when you go door to door,
yeah,
follow the line. If you go door to door and you start talking flat Earth, does he have something to exchange for it?
Right. So we have to, I would say, sit down and come together and try to find out what is it that people are truly seeking, and what is it that needs to really be hit on. Yeah.
I don't even understand that approach. The person who just became a flat earther has 30 people he knows. That is the next group of people that can help grow. If that new person goes and blasts his mouth and doesn't know what he's talking about, he's going to be called all kinds of names: conspiracy, this, tinfoil hat, the whole thing. Then he lost his market, his warm market. If he has a method, which is what I'm talking about, of sharing information where it's third party and not him, he'll have a better chance.
Yeah, that's what I'm on the same page. I'm saying let's come up with a method. Yeah, that's what I'm describing. That would work for anybody who doesn't know jack.
We have a method. It's called flat Earth debate.
I'm trying to tell you, we have a method. It's called flat Earth debate. You share the show and let people come to their own conclusions. You don't convert them.
Bada bing.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's called tools. You use tools.
Yeah,
you don't try to do it yourself.
So what do? You just go up and throw a website at random people? I mean, that's what I mean. There has to be a method.
No, I don't. I just told you it's the warm market. Why would I go to my warm market and call them random people?
Oh, right. Okay. And where's the warm market? Your friends?
Well, how many friends you got? Okay. Yeah, that's
not many.
Hey, listen, I've been listening to this interesting YouTube.
I lose a friend.
I've been listening to this interesting YouTube channel. I mean, man, some of the things they say is incredible. Can you tell me what you think about it?
Yeah.
A lot of people were interested in that Bitcoin challenge. They seem to be interested in money. And like, I think what he's proposing here is like, you guys become basically the restaurant warehouse supplier for all the restaurants, if you follow my.
But we already are that. What do you think I'm on the show every day for? To give my 2 cents worth, right? Brian's here, John's here, everyone's here to contribute to Nathan's channel.
Oh, absolutely.
For that to be the restaurant.
Maybe it's us. Maybe it's us down here that need to do more attempt. We're just projecting it onto you guys.
No one's against growth. No one, look, I lived on commission all my life. I love sales. More the better. But I did it in the wrong way when I wasn't making any money. And when I started doing it in the right way, then I started making money. And I'm not going back to the wrong way.
Yeah, but I am interested in how, actually, I shouldn't even ask that question right now. Yeah.
When this channel, and I've had my share of conversations with Nathan, when this channel becomes PG, and it's getting there, and I love it because it's mostly educational now, the kids are the power. The young kids love to rebel against the uniformity of society for whatever reason. You give them a good enough reason that their parents been lied to, generations before have been lied to, they're being lied to, and when their teacher spins that bucket, here's what you say. That's the generation I want. That's who I'm after.
I agree. I agree. Listen, I mean, I don't want to sound like a piece of crap, but and use the word converted, but I've interested more youngsters than adults. The adults are awful people. Those my age, but if I just hint to somebody who's between 14 and 19 and just hint something to them, they'll come asking me like every week. I'm like, no, come on, you got to check it out yourself.
Nathan, get in there, but I want to speak to something that Tent just said after you're done.
I was just going to say, I believe the children are the future.
No, well, what he's speaking to is the heart of this argument, right? He says that kids rebel against. My bad. Am I robot? Mic check.
Yeah, you just rumpus. Go ahead.
Word. He said the kids rebel against society for whatever reason. I think that's an inherent thing. I can't find a decent descriptive word for it, but it's an inherent understanding inside of us that we all have at one point, right? Where we know we're being told BS.
The word you're looking for is a calling.
Can't really explain it. Maybe calling. That's a good way to describe it. I like that, Arlen.
Yeah, but Ted said give them a good enough reason. Don't forget, it's not just rebelling; it's giving them a good reason.
But that's what I'm saying, Neil. Like they know, like within them, that what they're being told is BS. They just can't explain it properly, right? They're too immature on a communication level to be able to. Not all of them, right? But a lot of them.
Most of them.
And part of that has to do with the quote unquote education system that they're forced to go to and abide by.
Yeah, I'll say I mean, all I have to say to like a 15-year-old boy is like, you really think we're upside down? No. It's just like, oh, okay. I say that to somebody in their 50s, like, of course we're upside down, you idiot. It's like, Jesus. All right.
Yeah, kids have a lot more understanding and common sense than we give them credit for. They just kind of play into this stereotype that is put upon them that they're stupid kids and they just do whatever.
Right, they feed us back the conditioning that we gave them.
Totally.
And they grow up fast. I mean, they might be 15 now. You're going to blink your eye and they're going to be 25. I mean, kids grow fast into regular men and women. Yeah.
Which is why it really is the truth. The children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way.
Show them
hold on.
And they're getting taught in school.
The point is, take your children very serious. Just because in their consciousness in that age category they're not like fully in the grasp in the moment, it doesn't matter because they will remember everything you do. So take them serious whenever you communicate. Take them serious. Give them your full grip on reality if you can, right? Don't overburden them like with complex situations or whatever, but be there fully. Be an example of what it is to be a full human, and then as they age, they have you as a reference frame to reflect upon as to what they can become.
Owen, do you know who showed me the pictures? Do you know where I've seen the pictures of the James Webb thing that they had? My kids. They brought it right to me. So they're being indoctrinated from the top.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like I'm at this like tiptoe thing. Like, you don't want to say to their kids, like, where are their parents? You don't want to say nothing to them. But it's like at the same time, they're perverting them in school at a younger age. But why do I feel like I'm walking this thin line of being, some kind of like creep by telling them the earth is not a spinning ball when they're 14, yet you're telling them it's a spinning ball when I know it's a lie at the age of 6. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do.
Well, if you take it to a different scenario, so if it was, I don't know, the Amish or something, and you're in an Amish settlement telling them how great electricity is, or whatever it is that you want to, bestow onto them as being better than what they have, or how what they're doing is wrong in some way or another. Well, if you're in the Amish settlement, you're the asshole, aren't you? Well, whether we like it or not, in general societal terms, we're in that settlement. We're in a heliocentric settlement telling people who are heliocentrists that heliocentrism's wrong. That's what it is, right?
Good analogy.
Except that I go to the Amish market all the time. They have good food and electricity. I mean,
do you tell them Earth is flat?
They probably already know. I don't know. I might actually
They know.
do that next. I might ask them. Yeah.
Yeah, but all we're doing is asking. Is it a problem if we're a bunch of people stuck in paradigm of heliocentrism? When all we're asking is where is the proof for all this heliocentricity? If that's a word. Where is it? Where is that stuff besides the storybooks and the fairy tales and the math equations? Where is that crap? And
And
if
I
you
think
can't
at least
provide
an
where that
Amish
is, then
person.
why are you
Oh,
telling me that that's what it is? You can't even prove that that's what it is. Are you kidding me? Like,
No, you got to
man.
get higher education, Chocolate. You need to get
I'm good.
higher education
keep
to
that.
understand these things.
An Amish person would
High,
admit that they're following a religion.
High education, as in on pharmaceuticals.
Well, Dr. Danny Faulkner said, to understand Coriolis, you got to get into a higher learning.
A higher
Can't
what?
wait for Danny Faulkner's debate against Neil deGrasse Tyson, as he clearly says he's wrong. Well, why is he wrong and you're not? What the hell? They need to get their house in order, man.
They did get their house in order. It's called Google. They
So
ordered
you're saying that they need to get their story together.
Anti-flat earthers don't get their house in order. They degenerate. And then everybody adapts to the degeneration. That's what really happens. They don't get their house in order. They never really do.
Well, they
Yeah,
should
you're
be
right. They
smart
just don't
like
want you to
all
ask
the other
questions.
ones
It's not
that
really
choose
about
to
having
not
the
involve
answer.
themselves in. Sorry, man.
No, I was just saying, yeah, they don't. That is a good point. It's not like they're trying to get their house in order. They're just trying to get you to stop asking questions. Yeah. That was all.
No, Danny
Over.
Faulkner said you're asking the wrong questions. You got to go to him because he's got all the answers. There hasn't been a question that he has not been able to answer.
Enter Nathan Thompson. How'd you have gas pressure without a container?
Crickets.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I would say don't pose to the 11-year-olds. That's too heavy.
No, I
Really?
don't think so.
I don't think
my,
so.
My son understood
My
that.
5-year-old gets that. I don't think that's too heavy.
Yeah.
11-year-old would definitely get that. If my 5-year-old can get it. 6-year-old, she's just turned 6 actually.
And girls are smarter than boys, that's for sure.
No, my 12-year-old got it, but then the 19-year-old comes and says, "No, Jude, the gravity keeps the air pressure that we need to breathe here."
And I would answer to that, take off the tire from your bicycle. Let's see how well it works.
Well, the little guy is siding more towards the flat earth side because he understands. He knows. Show him a big body of water when we pass certain lakes. He knows. That does not turn into a ball.
Yeah, that is like my most compelling. I mean, I don't know. That might be the most compelling one. Is just water. Like anytime you're sitting by a pool, I just say, man, look at that water. It's nice and level and flat. Needs a container.
But
And
it's
just go
even
from there.
better when you're at a lake that stretches maybe 3 miles long.
Yeah, the artificial horizon, not the bubble sextant artificial horizon, but the pan of mercury or viscous fluid. Even water could be used. It needs to be set level. Could be slightly off, it won't matter, and I'll tell you why. But set level if possible, and sides covered, top covered, so the wind doesn't agitate it. So at rest, that water, that mercury gives you a flat surface. And you use the sextant on land using that to get your altitude. So at sea, isn't it the same water? Isn't it the same liquid? And what's the point? How does it change from that to the pan from a flat surface? And the reason that even if you didn't set it exactly level, but we're a little bit off, is because water finds its level. It just proves it right there in the artificial horizon when you can't use the sea horizon.
It's funny because I use a three water level to level a lot of things. It's when that water goes in the center of those two lines, you're level.
Horizontal, just like the ocean.
Correct.
Yeah, it's ball game over.
Maybe there's some anti-flat earthers in chat. In Discord that may oppose us. Any ballers out there?
Is Virus around to finish my conversation with him? Is he around? Did he figure out why they rocked the sextant?
Oh, you had them all confused the other day. I was laughing.
Well, it's a very integral part of getting vertical. So why are you using the horizon and why are you rocking the sextant on the horizon? It's to establish vertical. You already know the horizon's horizontal. So there's your not perpendicular and.
Hey, I'm glad you called him out because in chat he is as lively as can be, talking like he knows about these things. So I'm glad when you called him out.
Well, he's given us a few good moments, hasn't he?
Give me a second. I'm in the process of rolling up.
Oh, wonderful.
Here we
You
go.
took the bait. You took the bait. Very good. Nice fish.
I didn't take the bait. You said my name.
You're
Him.
here.
It's like candy.
You took the bait. You bit the hook. Now you're hooked. So while you're here, do you have any proof of the spinning water ball you feel that we live on?
Nobody thinks it's a water ball, so no, I don't have no proof of no damn water ball.
Proof of Earth, the way you see it?
It's actually a magical spinning water ball flying around in a magical vacuum.
Oh,
Correct.
hold on. It's a geoid. It's not actually a perfect ball.
Do you have proof of any of these balls?
No, it's a pear. Slightly
right. A
A
geoid.
bit chubbier at the middle. Yeah.
See what a
pear
mockery it
shaped.
is, Virus?
That's right. Sort of a ball is a geoid.
Any proof of that?
It's not a pair. It's not a pair, and it can't be. And it can't be a bit chubbier at the middle.
Damn, y'all went off on a tangent, didn't y'all?
Hang
It's
on.
not a water ball.
One moment. It can't be pear-shaped. It can't be an oblate spheroid. It has to be a sphere. And it has to have a particular radius that has to be at the equatorial and polar positions. Because it has to match the apparent rise and drop rate of Polaris. So it's not an oblate spheroid, it's not pear-shaped, that's a load of nonsense.
Stop breaking my dreams, Brian.
That is not the globe match.
Hell? Hey, where you get that from, Brian?
From where the
I think
origins
navigating
of your
on a
radius.
circle, right?
The origins of your radius. That's where I got that from.
What? You can get a radius. You can get a radius from like 5 different places. What are you talking about?
He did say where you could get it. He said where the origin of your radius is.
I don't know where that is.
Not-
the only thing
not
I know is where I
where
got it
you
from
can
in
match
reality.
your
I have
things
no
to.
idea
Not
about
your
history, and I don't
fantasy.
care about
Oh,
that.
hold on, Brian. Brian, Virus really wants to tell us. Brian, Virus really needs to tell us how he doesn't know through the top of you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Every
so
time I
California.
speak and start saying anything of any note, a virus wants to speak through it. A virus, I'm talking about the origin of your radius value, not where you can beg the question after that to try and match up to
I
it.
already heard
The origin.
I already heard what you said, and they explained it perfectly. Why are you so focused on the past instead of focused on what you could do now?
The past. I'm focused on the origin of your radius value.
That's what the origin
Are you
is.
serious?
It's the past.
The past is
telling me that's
why
not
you
the
think
current
what you're thinking right
origin?
now, bro. Sorry, Brian.
You're okay, Chocolate. I think Forrest is claiming that's not the current origin or something.
That's
let's
not
stick
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
issue.
I'm saying why are you so focused on the past? The past is the origin is the past. Why are you so focused on the past? That's what I'm saying.
Why are you so
Because that's
focused
the
on appealing
origin.
to
Why
the
are you
damn
getting
future?
so meta?
Origin means the beginning.
Because why
How
are
about
you trying
addressing
to
the question?
Hang on, Arwen.
Brian made a point, so address
Please,
his
Arwen.
point.
Oh, well, look, forget it. You take over, Arwen, if you want then.
Yeah, Arwen and Chocolate, can you just leave him to it?
Your radius has an origin. You seem to be avoiding that. Why are you not focused on the past?
I'm not focused on the past because there's ways we can do it now that's not influenced by the past.
There isn't any ways you can do it now. The only way, all your maths are orthographic. All your maths are orthographic.
Math doesn't
And the
need
reason
study of the past.
the reason they're orthographic is because orthographically is the only way you can make the Polaris observations work along the surface of the globe Earth.
What? Since when?
You should know this. Since the origin
Why would
of
I
your
know
radius,
this?
you
This is
should
the
know
past.
this.
I've done it outside of orthographic view. So I don't understand how.
You
Since
haven't.
when?
You've never measured a radius. There's no radius ever been measured.
I
The
never
radius
measured
value.
a radius.
Nobody
Are
ever
you
measured
saying
the globe
I never
Earth
measured a
radius.
radius?
You
Are
only
you saying I
presuppose
never
it.
measured the radius?
Arwen.
All right. Nobody ever measured a
Are you
radius
saying?
for a globe Earth.
Are you saying I never
radius
measured the
value.
radius?
Virus, why don't you wait for him to
value.
finish,
Neil,
Virus?
can you shut up?
Neil,
Oh, he keeps
nobody ever measured
interrupting
the
him.
radius.
Like you're doing right now, Neil.
Yeah, everyone who's coming in on top of that is not helping me, they're helping virus.
Right.
So if that's what you want to do, then keep doing it. Virus, you seem to be avoiding the origins of your radius value. That's where the value came from. It's not a measurement, it's a value. The measurement was made along a flat plane in frontal perspective view. Measurements of Polaris's elevation above the horizon as you move due south away from the GP point.
Since
That was back
when?
engineered
I've got it
orthographically
plenty of.
into a globe Earth radius.
Since when? I've had it plenty of ways beyond that. So since when is
No,
that
you
the
haven't.
origin?
No one ever measured any radius. The R value that comes from that is added into flat Earth measurements in today's world by surveying and other things. No one measures
You
it.
can't get a radius from flat Earth measurements. It is literally impossible.
That is where your value.
That's impossible.
That is where your value. That is where your value came from. You didn't get a radius measurement. You got radius value.
Show me the mathematical equation used to put a radius in flat Earth measurement.
Your claim.
It's literally
Stop.
impossible.
Everyone stop. Stop. No.
It's literally impossible.
Brian is debunking the positive claim of a radius value by showing how it was acquired from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. It's not up to you to challenge him in terms of your positive claim of my bad. My bad, still in the middle of the same sentence that you're now chanting through.
Yeah,
Scared? Scared? Does he need to be handed a mute button to get away with this, guys, in Discord? Does he need a mute button to do what he's doing now? He's just muting me, isn't he? I'll try again. It's not his burden to prove there's a value that can be measured called radius of a sphere Earth. That's not his burden, Virus. Yet the implication being it's yours, Dumbo. So you want to give us some citations for how in physical reality a measurement was actually acquired for a radius? Your burden.
Oh, cool. Like even the Aristophanes. Oh, sorry, my feedback.
Don't go into Aristophanes, please. Don't, please. Virus.
I think he's legged it.
Just that wasn't a direct measurement. That's
Hold on,
all.
I think
It was
he's legged
just a
it.
radial.
Hold on, no tanks. I think he's legged it.
Yeah, because I have his maths.
He bailed. Wise decision.
I have his maths to present to him, and I have a 41-minute video detailing exactly where his radius value came from. And I have more than that he doesn't even realize.
That's why he legged it.
If he legged it, but he's maybe not in the call now.
Yeah, he wanted to Fundy mute the host, chant straight through the top of him, when I point out that the claim of a radius value is his burden. We're unpicking a positive claim we don't make, but he seems to think it's perfectly reasonable for Brian to then justify where it is radius value measurements acquirable. No, not reasonable. No, you can provide that if you want to, and we'll have a look at it. For your positive claim of a sphere Earth, we're not making.
That was evident from the start when he said, you're stuck on the past. You know, he wants to talk about anything but the origin. And he wants to call anything but the origin a measurement. Because the origin was just a value, a calculated, back-calculated value, not a measurement of anything. And everybody else after that just adds that value after measuring everything in reality. They add that value to the final flat Earth calculations. But he wants to move away from the origin because that's where he fails and will lose.
Yeah, the origins are a flat plane. He knows it as much as we know it. There are no origins for a measurement of a radius value. Doesn't exist. As that's what we're discussing, and the burden of proof has been absolutely clarified by me. That's where he buggered off.
Well, John has showed us that, correct? Refracted curvature. He's broke it down a few times.
Yeah, he broke it down for Roofy live.
I just feel like that's like one of their favorite get outs. Is that appeal to the future fallacy nonsense? Where we could do it. could do it like this, or we could do it like that. Let's not talk about how it's actually done, which is the reason why you believe what you believe. Let's just talk about what we could do later on in the future. Nonsense. Can't stand that shit.
Yeah, but they still cannot get an elevation angle from their curved Earth. That's a fact.
No, they can't. As it's been discussed a couple of times on the show, John being the most recent to be brought up. Yeah, we point that out to them, and then they'll go through how they acquire a flat Earth angle, put it into a flat Earth model, and then convert it to a globe.
It's good to be a flat earther.
That's kind of where I'm going, Arwin, when I say they're stuck here with us. Yeah, effectively, they know the awful truth as much as we do. They just want to deny it. Their denial is an acknowledgement that they know the awful truth. The fact that they're fighting against it. Well, what are they fighting against? The awful truth that we all in this pond are aware of. They might not like it, they might want to fight against it, but they're thrashing around in this pond with us.
Well, it's fighting
good to be
against
a flat
reality.
aether.
Say again?
Oh, I said it's good to be a flat ether.
Flat ether?
Come on.
What
with
did
it.
you just say?
Break down ether. What is ether?
All right, so let me ask you this. If I asked you who you are or what are you, and you told me I'm the ability to X, I'm the ability to sleep, I'm the ability to jump, let's just say, are you describing
go
something
again.
to me, or are you explaining who you are or what you are?
Why?
Why
you're
can't you just tell us
reifying
what ether
identity
is?
with
No, why?
ability. That's
Hold
what
on,
you're
before we
doing.
answer, why?
Well, because when we ask what energy is, right, and you say it's the ability to do work, are you explaining what energy is, or are you just giving some vague description?
I haven't done that.
No, I know. I'm not saying you or anyone here at this moment, but typically when we bring up what is energy, this is often the answer is it's the ability to do work.
I see.
Science hasn't really defined it in any other way.
Sure, well, if you could check out Dr. John Dee's most recent videos on this very subject, he has a very contradictory point of view to that, in terms of the disturbance of equilibrium by a third party. Us, in most instances. But he doesn't describe it that way. In fact, he challenges that.
Right. Because, I mean, that's saying what something's doing, but that's not saying what something is, right? It's describing the action, but not the causation, I guess. But yeah, I'll have
So
to
you
look into
can't
that.
tell me what
Dr.
ether is.
John D. Oh, yeah. Ether is just unmanifested energy, essentially.
No, that's energy, unmanifested.
That's the ether, bud.
Potential energy is also described as gravity.
Well, no, because gravity's a constant. In
There's
their
no
model,
gravity.
at least.
What do you mean constant? There is no gravity. All this ether is a reinsertion of a gravitational idea with different wording. That's all it is. Here we are with a direct contrast. Look up gravity clock. It's a clock that utilises potential energy. That's all it is.
Oh, are you talking
If it's
about
a
the atomic clock, with the cesium atom or whatever?
No, a gravity clock. Look it up.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Potential energy. That's what they're talking about. You come along, yank up a clockwork mechanism with a weight, like an old-fashioned grandfather clock. You pull the cord, you pull the chain, the weight goes up. Your energy is put into the system as potential energy, and then it falls back down to the ground. Well, they describe those as gravity clocks in modern vernacular. That's a gravity clock. What is it? Well, it's utilising potential energy. And what are you describing ether as? Unmanifested energy.
Yeah.
Right. Show it me.
You broke up a second. What was it?
Show it me. Show me unmanifested energy.
So I'll put it analogously. It's comparable to the tree versus the sea.
No, don't compare it to something. No. Show it me. You haven't shown it me for me to know whether or not it's comparable, have you? Do I know whether or not your comparison is going to be comparable to something you haven't shown me yet? I don't know until you show it me. We can come up with comparisons for ourselves after you've shown it us.
So you want me to show you something that's non-physical,
So it's non-physical. Right. So you're going to now flip the burden and ask me if it's reasonable to ask you to show you something that isn't physical and can't be shown. Oh, obviously, that's me being totally unreasonable, isn't it?
Well, you can look at a magnetic field. That would be a good way to showcase ether. If you look at a magnetic...
So why are we now talking about manifesting and showcasing something that isn't physical and isn't real and can't be shown? Why would you do that?
So you're just going to chant through me. Okay, got it.
I asked why you would now discuss in any way, shape or form something that's non-physical and can't be shown in terms of its contextualization. Why would you do that?
I just experienced it.
No, you're breaking up, I'm afraid.
Showcase exactly that.
He went to magnets.
Yeah, I'm not interested in what it's comparable to. I don't care about magnets.
Ether and magnetism are synonymous.
Oh, really? So we can see non-manifested, non-physical energy that hasn't manifested yet to compare it to magnetism, can we?
Yeah, magnetism.
No, we can't. It's non-physical. You can't compare it to magnetism. No, we won't be doing that. You just seem to want to pull this comparison out your ass for something you haven't shown us and have literally just told us isn't physical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we won't be doing that. Yeah? Non-manifestation. I don't know about that. Manifestation is the action of showing something, though. So if it's non-manifest, it's the action of not showing it.
Magnetism is the energy as manifest.
Did you hear what I just said? Manifestation is the action or fact of showing something. You're saying it's non-manifest. So what is that? The action of not showing something?
It's wrong. So we're just going to chant through each other. That's what we're doing.
I will do exactly what I want. That's what I'll do. Did you hear me? Stupid idiot. I'll do what I like.
So we're incapable.
So manifestation is the action of or fact of showing something. If it's unmanifest, third time I've asked, is this the action of not showing it?
You can show something that's unmanifested by showing.
No, you can't, because that would be manifest. If you can show it, that would be it manifesting, you stupid idiot. Did you hear me? You don't seem to be responding. There's a short pause after I say no. To show something non-manifest is self-contradictory, because if it's showing itself, it's manifesting. Second time.
Kind of hard to answer when you just mute me and talk through me, brother.
There was a short pause, you didn't say a damn word, then I repeated the same thing, you still haven't responded to it. You've moaned about how you don't get a chance when there was a short pause. Last time I said it.
As soon as I start talking, you start chanting.
So, if it's not manifest, it's not showing something. You're saying you can show it, that would mean it was manifest, not non-manifest. Third time.
There was no cookies in the cookie jar. How could I show that there's no cookies?
Well, there wouldn't be cookies to show. That means there aren't any cookies, like there isn't any ether. If there's no cookies in the cookie jar, and you say there is cookies, they're just non-manifest, I'll call you an idiot.
Is this really happening?
Yeah, he's telling me that ether is equivalent to non-manifest, non-real cookies that you can't see in a cookie jar because there aren't any there.
Doesn't make you look very good when you talk through me like that.
Right, did you just tell me that what I do makes me look some way, rather than addressing the fact that you've described something non-manifest as being capable of being shown, when that contradicts the very definition of manifestation?
But you're asking for answers that you don't really...
I'm asking you why you've told me something non-manifest can be shown to be real, when non-manifest is the contrapositive of being manifest, which means showing it. That's the 5th time!
You're incapable of having conversations.
Oh, it's me incapable of having a conversation when I point out a contradiction that something non-manifest can't be shown. because it violates the very definition of being manifest. If it's non-manifest, to say it's shown 6 times. Not unreasonable, not unwilling to have a conversation, pointing out your contradiction, Dumbo.
Is he really saying that if I...
through people while they're trying to...
So that's the 5th time he's appealed to me chanting through him when I'm repeating something he hasn't addressed. He's had opportunity after opportunity. This is another opportunity he's wasted by telling me that I'm chanting through him, by repeating his contradiction that something non-manifest can be shown when that would mean it was manifest 7 times. You stupid retard. Don't appeal to what I'm doing in terms of stopping you addressing your contradiction. You're just retarded. Do you hear me, retard? Die slow. You are a retard. You think that you can show something when it's non-manifest. That makes you fundamentally retarded. I'm going to repeat it until you acknowledge it. You stupid idiot. Idiot! That's you, die slow, saying you can see something non-manifest, contradicting the definition of manifestation, which means you can show it. If non-manifest, you can't show it. 8 times. You hearing me, you dumb shit?
About the area around the unmanifest.
Sorry, what about around the thing you can't show? The area around something that can't be shown? Contradiction number 2? You're just going to reintroduce the contradiction with an example of showing something outside the area of something that can't be shown? You're thick. Die slow. Stupid. Slow. Not die slow, just slow. If it's non-manifest, you won't be showing anything in an area or outside an area. You can't show it. It's non-manifest.
Tried giving you an example.
Oh, did you? You're going to appeal to what you've tried to give me as an example of something outside an area of something non-manifest, and I haven't just pointed out the contradiction in terms that if it's non-manifest, can't be shown, you won't be showing something outside an area of it. Tell me again that it's my inability to communicate, you stupid fucking retard. No, it's my ability to point out fucking retards like you and their contradictions.
You're acting like a fussy child, but...
So now it's back to telling me how I'm acting. I have pointed out 8 times that if it is non-manifest, you can't show something inside an area, you can't show it. Because that's what manifestation means, to show it. If it's non-manifest, you won't be showing it 9 times. Mate, do you want to tell me again I'm just not very good at communicating with you when you've ignored the point 9 times of your contradiction of manifest versus non-manifest? Just thick, just stupid. There's that pause again. I'm going to take this opportunity with you not talking. Oh, after the pause and I start talking, you've decided you're going to talk. Maybe tell me I'm unreasonable when I feel the dead air on my show I control when you're not talking. There's that pause again. An opportunity wasted by the moron who doesn't understand the difference between non-manifest and manifest.
The guy asked a question and then chants through...
You cannot ask a question. You can acknowledge that non-manifest doesn't mean the same as seeing it, you stupid idiot. That's what you can do. 10 times.
Continuous ad homs.
Not ad homs. You are stupid if you believe incorrectly, as you do, that something non-manifest, meaning you can't show it, is in fact capable of being shown, meaning it's got a manifestation to it. You stupid idiot, not an ad hom. You are an idiot because you think non-manifest means you can see it and show an area outside of it. Idiot.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes, Chocolate, you can because you're not thick as shit.
All right. This unmanifested energy that you describe as ether, right? Is it capable of being manifested?
Yep.
And once it's manifested, is it still considered ether?
It's half of the conjugate field of ether. Ether is
Sorry,
comprised.
ether is non-manifest. We can't see it. You can't show it. You try to compare it to things that we haven't seen to compare it to. You're, again, ignoring every word I've said and decided that you're now going to launch into telling us what ether is when it's non-manifest, meaning you can't show it.
Yeah. Incapable of conversation.
Incapable of humiliating you by way of your own damn contradictions. No, I'm perfectly capable, my friend. I'll shut you down, shut you up, call you an idiot, and point out that something that you've already described as non-manifest, because you don't clearly understand what manifestation means. If you're trying to demonstrate something as being real, that would mean you can show it in its manifestation. Not being non-manifest, you just don't know what the word means. So after having it pointed out 11 times that you don't know the difference, you launch into telling us what ether is. It isn't. You're an idiot.
Makes you look real weak, Nathan.
So again, back into his actual ad homs. What he's now doing is ad homing me. Yeah? He's not addressing my argument. My argument being you can't be non-manifest and manifest at the same time. It's a contradiction. He's ad homing me in response to that.
Keep waving the victory flag.
So that's another ad hom. Claiming I'm waving a victory flag when all I'm doing is pointing out a contradiction you've used, that's an ad hominem fallacy. I have raised 12 times the issue of something non-manifest, meaning you can't show it, being manifest when you describe how you'll show it to us. No, that's a contradiction in terms that's been laid out to you 12 times. It's not me waving a flag, that's an ad hominem fallacy. You're not addressing my argument. You're attacking me personally. Claiming I'm holding up a flag has nothing to do with your contradiction of manifest versus non-manifest. Clear, Dumbo?
I said there's no cookies, and you said...
So no cookies is how you'll show us ether. There being no cookies in a cookie jar is the equivalent of ether. That's retarded. Any person in the audience will not accept that non-cookies proves ether. That's just stupid.
To help your little brain.
So little brain is yet another ad hominem fallacy. You're not addressing my argument. Non-cookies isn't going to prove ether, you stupid idiot. It's stupid to say that non-cookies, as an example, is going to prove something that's non-manifest. That's stupid. Fact. You're stupid. Die slow. Just slow.
Well, based on what he told Chocolate, half a cookie, because he said it's part of it now. But that's not manifested either, the half a cookie.
But that was the point of my question. I was trying, because if non-cookies, right, you call it non-cookies, once non-cookies manifest into cookies, are they still cookies? Or now do we call them something else? Because if that's the case, then we shouldn't call them cookies, because the only time they could be called cookies is when they're not manifested, which means we can't show it.
He already gave the answer. He said half a cookie.
Do flat earthers really believe this? Is this really what I have to label myself with by stereotyping fallacy? Is this really what other flat earthers believe? I mean, I'm not that in touch with other flat earthers, but do they really believe that non-manifest energy is ether? Is this really what people who label themselves flat earthers actually believe?
He brought Witsit came on at the show the other day. He believes in ether. You guys seem to like Witsit.
Right, so you're suggesting that Witsit... I'm asking if Witsit believes in ether as non-manifest energy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
yes.
Unmanifested energy.
So Witsit's not too bright then, if that's the case. Non-manifest. Does Witsit not know what non-manifest means? You don't know what non-manifest means, and you're suggesting other flat earthers around us also clearly don't know what this word means.
Next time he comes on the show.
It's like saying you can't show it if it's non-manifest. That's what it's like saying I can't show it. That's what it means. Not to be shown, not manifesting itself.
Why don't you invite him to come Monday?
I want Witsit to come here and debate with me. This idiot, Dicelow's got no hope. He's just an idiot. He has to have the same thing repeated to him 12 times. That's no good while he chants through me and projects it straight back onto me. That's no good at all. But if Witsit is claimed to believe in ether, that would be non-manifest energy, then I want to laugh at him. I want to say I don't want to be associated with you. Just please don't call yourself a flat earther, because that just makes me look like an idiot if you're going around punting that something non-manifest has something to do with energy. Because that's stupid.
I think the only one who's saying that is Dyslow. I don't think that Whitsitt would put it so bluntly and so incorrectly the way that Dyslow is trying to paraphrase him now.
I see.
What I was saying to Dyslow was that Dyslow should show some humility. The point that you've got him on with the manifest and non-manifest, he's lost. And to be a flat earther, you have to be able to concede when you're wrong. You have to be able to look at the information objectively. I wouldn't take what Dyslow is paraphrasing as what Whitsitt said as truly what Whitsitt said.
I already know that it is the case because it's taking place in counter space, though. So if ether is something that Whitsitt believes in, then he's assuming it takes place in counter space, because that's what it's described as. So I'm not doing this in some whimsical way. I've got to clarify this now. While I may have played off like maybe Whitsitt believes in this fucking stupid shite that Whitsitt absolutely believes in, and I've got to that point where I know it's fucking stupid. I know why it's fucking stupid. I know the words they use to disclaim they can't fucking show it. And I want to start telling them, you believe in this non-manifest energy from counter space that doesn't exist? Yeah, I'm going to start telling them how stupid they are. So, yeah, you maybe want to defend Whitsitt, but, sorry, counter space, Whitsitt? Counter space? Hello?
Everything. A while back, somebody come in here and go ahead, Arwen.
Sorry, everything non-manifested, right? That's not actual. That's a concept. It's conceptual. If it's not manifested, it's conceptual, right? And it can be very interesting, but you can't put all this weight onto it. If it's non-manifested, this is ridiculous. This is methaholic, right? Methaholic behavior.
But didn't somebody come in and tell us a while ago that it was actually a dense medium? And I spent 5 minutes trying to understand how do you measure the density of this medium? So, like, is it every other week it's something else? I don't get this.
But I was nice small.
Chocolate, when it's unmanifested, what's a week between the week? Anything could happen.
I'm getting sick of it. It's come from the Feast of Nonsense. People are still...
It's all just conceptual, right? The problem is that they hold all this weight onto it, onto the concept. Like they say, yeah, it is real. No, it isn't. It's a concept. It might work out great, but it's literally about something that's not manifested. How can you reify this into physical reality? You shouldn't.
Well, you would be able to show it where because if it's unmanifested energy, at some point it would manifest, right? And then you'd be able to show that, right? Like,
yeah,
is that logical?
What we call. Oh, Whitsitt's here. Why don't you ask Whitsitt? Go ahead.
Oh, Whitsitt's here.
Whitsitt's here. Go ahead, Nate.
Hello, Whitsitt.
What's up? I'm driving, so I don't know how I sound, but how's it going?
We're getting into an argument about ether, this complete horse shit that a load of flat earthers believe in, and apparently you believe in it.
I say that either there's nothing there or there's something there. So, call it whatever you want.
Oh, how beautifully vague. Either something's there or nothing's there. Well, which is it?
That doesn't sound mystical at all.
Cannot exist. Well, nothing cannot exist, so.
Schrodinger's cat.
Sorry, nothing does not exist. Nothing does not exist, so nothing does exist.
And no thing. So
hold on, die slow. Die slow. Die slow. Thank you. Right. Nothing does not exist. Is that what I heard?
Nothing is a concept.
Yeah, like
die slow. That's the second time. You're not Whitsitt.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me.
What after you introduce Whitsitt?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I might lose service, but yeah, I'm just saying that you have a quote-unquote vacuum. There's obviously a few high atoms in there, whatever you want to call it, but the idea that there's nothing there is incoherent. So I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is, and even the name. But I would say there's a background medium. It seems to be an antecedent for propagation.
Background medium. Okay. So background as in behind other ground.
Yeah, just like the background medium, effectively. Like, say if you have vacuum energy, quote unquote, like what's the energy within? You know, I mean, I don't. It just, I would say you can't prove it necessarily, but I would just say it's an antecedent in my assessment. Meaning, like if you have something propagating, something has to sustain the propagation or the energy. So I would call it a medium,
you can't
like
prove
a background
it, but
medium.
it's an antecedent. Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
what is it?
Yeah, you can ignore
what
the
is it
question,
helping to
but
propagate?
you're not answering the question.
I
You can
agree with
ignore the
Witzit.
question, but
If you look at the greats, the Heavisides, the Planck, Maxwell, all of their magnetic discoveries on magnetism always were built on the foundation of something to allow the propagation. Whether we call it ether or something else, it's the same as a wave on water. That wave cannot transfer unless there was the liquid water in the first place to allow the energy to transfer through the liquid. So it's the same. We're observing wave-like and particle-like tendencies. And for those things to be observed, like Witzit put it eloquently, there has to be some kind of a substrata or a background medium to which that
I got a question
propagation.
for Witzit. Does he accept the presupposition of the vacuum of space?
no, of course not. I'm not a psycho.
Do you substitute
Okay,
it with
so-
ether?
I would say you can't not have a background. Like I don't like flat earthers that say ether and pretend that they have it defined and know exactly what it is. But I just leave it open ended. Like the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. But when someone says, "Well, what's the container made of? Where's it at? Can you bottle the container up for me?" No, I just know the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. I know the antecedent to propagation is a medium to sustain the propagation. So that's kind of where I am. And ironically, heliocentrism is actually what did away with that, because like electrical field theory kind of knew you had to have something sustain it. And then the philosophical devotion to heliocentrism is why it was done away with. So it's just kind of like a framework to understand electrical field theory. I don't agree with anyone making definitive claims about it, but the way I look at it is either you can ignore the question, as in what's the vacuum energy in, or what exactly is there. Either it's nothingness or it's something.
Sorry, what's
I know it
vacuum?
sounds
Sorry, I'm a
crude,
bit
but-
confused. What's vacuum energy?
Yeah, so like vacuum colloquially, of course, there's no such thing. But like if you are to get as much air out of a container as you can, you still have energy in it.
Stop. So if there's no such thing, why have you combined the word of something that there isn't something of with energy? I don't follow.
Well, it's just what they call it. Yeah, so like 0 point energy would be another term for it. But like just if you have a quote unquote
What does that mean?
chamber.
Sorry, 0 point energy.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Again, that's just their terminology. Basically, if you have a vacuum chamber, which it does still have some molecules in it, right? But you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that. And so it's like, what's the energy traveling through if there's nothing there? I think that claiming
That's fascinating.
nothing's there is...
So sorry, I'm confused. So with a parlor trick with a vacuum, you've said you can still get stuff to travel through it. That's really interesting. How does that directly relate to anything to do with an all-encompassing ether surrounding all of us always?
Well, that would just be the background because like what else is there, right? So it's like
the
I
third
said,
time
you can
background.
just avoid
What do you
the
mean
question or
background?
address it.
What do you mean? Behind what ground?
The background to the material perceivable world.
Material perceivable world. But ether takes place in
it's
counter
beyond
space.
material.
Ether's counter space. It's coming from counter space. 0 point source energy, right? Non-manifest, right?
Yeah, it's not materially manifested. Yeah.
Not non-manifest?
Materially, yeah.
Sorry, materially non-manifest. What does manifestation mean, Whitsit?
I'd say that the way that we use it is to become perceivable in the material world.
So if you're not perceivable in the material world, that would be non-manifest. Is that somehow perceivable in a material way or not?
It sounds like a
Owen, shut up.
No.
So is that a no?
It is not perceivable in the material world.
So
no.
not
But it's like, I have
perceivable.
Never seen a container either.
Sorry. So this idea that you're okay with other people peddling in this arena that call themselves flat earthers, that is non-manifest in the material world. So it doesn't exist then, ether, then? It's just not real. Doesn't exist. Non-manifest in the material world.
Well, yeah, so then you have to claim that nothing exists.
So no, I'm not claiming nothing doesn't exist. No, that's not what I said. What I said was ether doesn't exist because it's claimed by you to be non-manifest in the material world. That's another way of saying it doesn't exist. You're telling me it's non-manifest in the physical world. That means it isn't real, Whitsit.
Okay, yeah, but so what does the election...
So why are you asking me something? Why, Whitsit? This isn't the time for you to ask me something. It's the time for me to say, why are you peddling this stupid shit where you tell people something's non-manifest in the physical reality that we exist in, when we are here talking about physical reality and stuff that we can show and prove, and you're out peddling stuff that's non-manifest in the physical world? So you're just a fucking voodoo peddler. You're peddling nonsense, mate.
This is my point, though. Like, you can avoid the question.
Sorry,
sure.
What question?
What does the electromagnetic wave propagate within?
What electromagnetic wave?
What?
Yeah, what's it propagate within?
What electromagnetic wave would that be?
All of them.
Why are you asking this question?
Because that's my point. It has to propagate within something.
Oh, does
so
it?
It's something
Says who? Who says that it has to? Didn't you just tell me a moment ago that you put it through a vacuum and it still went through it? So you're contradicting your own statement in that regard. It's got to have a medium, but when we remove all things from a medium, it still travels through. Therefore, we're going to label nothing ether. That's what you're telling me. You simultaneously tell me that we can't have nothing. We can't have
that's
nothing.
That's why I was trying to address the difference. There's a significant difference between nothing and no thing. There's two completely different concepts.
Okay. So, yeah. Magnetism, right?
Hold on,
it's a field. It's not a wave.
Arwin.
It's a field.
Thank you. Sorry, you're about to launch into telling me there's a difference between nothing and no thing. So, I've got a thing, it's an apple. Now I've got no thing in my hand. That's different to me having nothing in my hand, is it, Whitsit? Carry on peddling your fucking stupid voodoo shit about non-manifest counter-space point energy that's not manifest in our physical world by telling me how nothing is different to no thing. Go ahead.
I never made that claim. I think that's not a good way to say it.
2 minutes ago, you said there's a difference between no thing and nothing.
That was Diceless.
Yeah.
So off you go. So that you can make me believe in non-manifest energy from a point source in counter space that's not manifest in physical reality. Tell me how nothing's different to nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's Diceless claim. I wouldn't say it like that.
Right. I'm asking you why you're peddling this stupid shit.
My point is pretty simple. Right. So it's simple, right? So Michelson Morley, for example, we had lights go different directions, and one of the
Couldn't care less. This is a parlor trick. Stop. Stop. Do you give a crap about this parlor trick?
Okay, well, that's why relativity was created.
Sorry, are you telling me you're going around peddling this crap to this community based on a fucking parlor trick?
No, it's based on antecedent relationship. Like,
Sorry,
it's just
what was the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? What was the phenomena studied?
The difference in travel of light.
Sorry, where do we observe in natural world this difference occurring for me to ask why it's happening?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, you have to like put it on a small manageable
I'm asking you
scale
for
so
the
you wouldn't
naturally
necessarily-
occurring phenomena, Witsit. Where does this occur naturally for it to be called a natural phenomena for you to science it? This parlour trick that doesn't have a natural phenomena for you to stumble across and tell me that you wonder why it's happening. What's happened in nature for you to study, Witsit?
You would have to actually look at the propagation of like.
You
the
tell
sunlight if
me
you wanted
what
it
the
naturally.
DV in this... If it's not a parlour trick, it's science. And it's going to be studying a dependent variable. That's a phenomena occurring in nature. What is it?
I actually wouldn't call this a scientific experiment, right?
So it's a
I'm not
fucking
saying-
parlour
I'm just saying-
trick! You stupid boy!
Okay, well,
Not okay.
Says a little bit different
not
than that.
okay. Stop.
If you call me,
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. No, the response I was looking for was not okay. I'm asking, and I'll ask again, why you are peddling this horse shit based on a parlour trick to our community, Witsit?
Because I'm not stupid enough to claim nothing exists.
Sorry, did I claim that?
You are claiming that. Yes.
Oh, am I? When did I say it? Put it in quotes right now.
You just said that nothing. It's recorded, right? This is
Put it in
recorded.
quotes.
You said when I was talking.
Quotes, Dumbo.
Yeah, you said.
Put
you
it in
said
quotes.
Nothing. You said now I'm saying nothing is ether. That's what you said. You said I was saying that.
So I said you were saying something is a quote of something I have said explicitly. Doesn't seem to be a very good quote to me, Witsit. No, I didn't say what you are claiming I have said. I said ether's stupid. It's based on counter space that isn't real. Point source energy from a non-manifest reality. And when I ask you why you're basing this shit to give it to the community, you tell me it's based on a parlour trick. That's what you're telling me.
No, I said if we have propagation, either the propagation is propagating through something or nothing. So.
Oh, really? Maybe this is me talking about the false equivalence of whether or not propagation's going through ether or nothing. This is my false equivalence. This is my false dichotomy, isn't it, Witsit?
Well, you're just not answering the question.
I'm just not answering your false dichotomy with your postulation about nothing. It's actually a quote I've said, isn't it, Witsit? This is one of my quotes in your false dichotomy you are putting on the table. It's my quote, your false dichotomy, isn't it, Witsit?
It's not a false dichotomy unless you.
Oh, it's not a false dichotomy to say either ether or nothing exists. That's not a false dichotomy. Can't have nothing of nothing, but ether's the equivalent. That's not a false dichotomy. Yeah,
Yes,
fucking is.
Something or nothing.
Yeah, fucking is, Witsit. That's a false dichotomy.
Then what's the third option?
Sorry, I don't have to offer a third dichotomy. This is your claim, you stupid idiot. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy, Witsit. Meanwhile, you're yet to answer my question. Why are you peddling this unbelievable horse shit to our community based on a parlour trick?
Again, so if you're saying it's a false dichotomy, that means you have to offer a third viable option. Either there's nothing there, or there's something.
Do I? So I'm claiming something about perturbation of ether, so I need to offer up a third nonsense claim to make it a false trichotomy, do I?
Well, if you say
You
it's
think a third option makes it valid, do you, Dumbo? You've never heard of a false trichotomy?
No, if it's a false.
Yeah, you stupid boy. I'm not going to offer you a third option to overcome your stupid use of fallacy. No, that won't be happening, Witsit. What I will do is stay here indefinitely till you tell me why you're peddling this to my beloved community that you're poisoning with this shit about non-existent things that don't manifest in reality, aren't observable in physical reality, but you seem to think they're an answer to a false dichotomy nobody's asking about except you.
So what sustains the propagation then?
Well, so propagation of what?
Electromagnetic waves.
Oh, was that the phenomena that they were studying in this Michelson-Morley?
It doesn't have to be Michelson-Morley.
So
It's a
why the
general
fuck did you bring up Michelson-Morley then? Suddenly it's nothing to do with what Michelson and Morley were looking at. A moment ago, this was going to be the parlour trick to end all parlour tricks to justify your use of this utter horseshit you're peddling. But now, the phenomena we're going to describe has absolutely nothing to do with Michelson-Morley you were about to example a moment ago before I pointed out what a stupid parlour trick it is. So why? Why isn't this exactly the same as Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, I didn't say it had nothing to do with it. It's just that it doesn't have to be exclusive to Michelson-Morley. It's the point I brought up Michelson-Morley because, ironically, heliocentrism's devotion is the reason that electrical field theory threw out the background.
Right, sorry, the reason for the parlour trick the cause of the effect generated in the parlour trick, according to heliocentrists, is something other than what you claim. It's a stupid, shitty parlour trick that doesn't prove your counter space or point source energy or things that are non-manifest in physical reality. It doesn't prove any of those things just because it doesn't prove what the heliocentrists claim about it, Witsit. It's still a parlour trick, whether they use it or you use it.
I can shoot a laser through a vacuum chamber, and it
Why
gets
would
to
you
the
do
other
that?
side.
Why? See, here, Witsit, we're interested in the physical and natural world. Is this something that you observed in the physical and natural world to ponder about why it happened, or is this another parlour trick you're making to make a point about something that you can't show in physical reality because it's non-manifest?
As far as I know, the sun could operate as a laser, but I can't make the atmosphere disappear, so that's ridiculous.
All right, so why would you be doing it? Is it comparable to our physical reality in any way, or are you inventing a new medium, saying that we can't have that medium not exist because we can't have nothing, and then saying that the reason stuff travels through that medium you've created in a container, that medium is actually the entire medium of the world? It's not really space because you don't believe that, but it is ether because you've decided based on these two parlour tricks, Michelson-Morley and firing stuff through a vacuum. No, that doesn't apply to my entire physical reality at all, Witsit. It's just another parlour trick.
Well, you're just ignoring it, though. What?
Oh,
what
am I? Oh, my bad. What was the phenomena in this one?
Yeah.
What were we studying with this laser one through a vacuum? What was the natural phenomena that we were studying?
Okay, what does the sunlight...
That was my question not going answered. You've wanted to describe light or whatever travelling through a vacuum. So, I ask again, given that nature abhors a vacuum, what was the natural phenomena we were studying to ponder why it was happening in the first place? What were we studying? Or is this just another parlour trick that you've denied?
Just a straw man. I never claimed that it was a naturally occurring scientific
So who
experiment.
gives a shit?
I never said...
So we're going to question why, when a man fires a laser through a vacuum, how that relates to our entire physical reality and therefore manifests ether from it. See, if it doesn't occur in my natural reality, I couldn't give a shit what some man claims after he's done something himself, after constructing something himself that is in no way comparable to anything that takes place in physical reality. You think I'm going to accept that manifestation from a parlour trick into ether in my entire world? No, I'm not going to do that.
No.
I'm asking why you're doing it when it's stupid.
I discourage anyone from making definitive claims about quote unquote ether, but I'm saying, like, we have an electromagnetic field in the earth, for example. So either if you took the air away, the electromagnetic field would
do we
disappear,
take the air away?
or it
Is
would
that
still
something
be...
that we have to concern ourselves with in natural reality, or is this something that you're just manifesting to make your point about something that doesn't ever occur? Do we ever have to concern ourselves with all of the air vacating for this example to make sense, or are you still trying to peddle this stupid shit about stuff that's non-manifest? Sounds like you're still trying to peddle this stupid shit.
Point. You're making my point. That you're saying that you don't have to concern yourself with it. I'm like, okay, cool. You cannot answer the question. That's your own prerogative.
So your question started with if we remove all of the air, didn't it, Witsit?
No, I said what does.
So you didn't say if we didn't have any air. You didn't start with that.
My first question was, if you have an electromagnetic wave, what does it propagate through? What sustains the electromagnetism?
Who cares?
And you have an answer.
My answer is who cares? My answer is who cares? Are we in electromagnetic debate, or are you going to directly relate what you conclude with this stupid question to the entirety of our world? Which is it? Is it electromagnetic debate, or are we going to relate what you conclude to the entirety of Earth?
That is the strongest, most prominent force on the earth. So, I mean, you can ignore it if you want to.
That's
I guess,
nice.
But...
And?
Well, dude, the point is simple, right? So it's like either you can ignore the question or you can address it.
What's the
If
question?
you want to ignore it, I'm not
What's
saying
the question?
You have to address
What's the
it.
question?
I'm not saying that it can be scientifically
What's the
proven
question?
It's What?
What's the question?
The question is, what sustains the electromagnetism? And
because
like,
this is electromagnetic debate.
Well, it's a sustaining electrical field theory debate. Yeah, like what sustains electrical field.
That's not a catchy title, and definitely not the name of this show. Flat Earth debate.
Well, I agree.
Can I say something when it's
not like it's definitely independent of the Earth debate. Like it's not Earth debate related. It's an independent discussion.
You're using the electromagnetic field that we experience across the Earth. That's what you're using.
Well, that just was an example, yeah, because I'm explaining that there's a fundamental antecedent relationship that has to be addressed. Like we've never touched the container. I've never bottled the container up, but we know it's there because of antecedent relationship.
Yeah.
And if a
What?
Glober
Okay.
says,
Okay.
"Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
have you
I'll
seen
accept
this
that. I'll accept
container?"
that. Hold on, Witsit. I'll accept that we know that to have gas pressure, the gas must press on something. So I've got something in physical reality that I can qualify and show with gas and its pressure and the antecedent consequent relationship of containment for that pressure. So yes, I agree. So let's hear the antecedent consequent relationship that is ether.
Yeah, to have electromagnetism or anything that propagates, something has to sustain the energy. Like you can't have something propagate through nothing. Like a wave is just a movement within a medium, like a wave of water. So, it's an antecedent relationship. I don't have to bottle the ether up to know that there's an antecedent relationship.
Says who? Who says electromagnetic fields have to have something to propagate through? Who said that? Why is that something that
Well, that's right. That fair enough. That's the question. So either
No, it's not a question. No. You're about to claim an antecedent consequent relationship. I'm not going to base antecedent consequent relationships on questions you pose. I'm going to base them on stuff that I can see happening. For example, if I open a container, the gas releases from it and fills whatever containment it has beyond the containment I let it out of. That's something I can show happening. So then I can declare an antecedent consequent relationship. It's not based on, oh, wonder what happens to the gas. So no, it's not based on a question. It's based on something physically happening in our reality. Now, bearing in mind that this antecedent consequent relationship has something, I'll say it again, physically happening. That would be gas pressure is manifest, Witsit. You understand that it's manifest for me to declare this antecedent consequent relationship? Do you understand that it's manifest, yes or no?
Yes, so is magnetism.
Okay, so now we've got the antecedent consequent relationship pegged for gas pressure and containment. So who makes this assertion that a medium's required? Where's that an antecedent consequent relationship that you can demonstrate?
Well, like if you have a wave of water, if I drain the lake, there is no wave anymore because it had to have the medium of water. So there's no such thing as a wave without a medium. That doesn't make sense. Because a wave's not a thing. It's just a type of movement.
Okay, so in water being the medium, the wave being the phenomena, if you will. Okay? How does that translate to ether?
Yep. Well, it's about the wave, right? The wave is just the medium moving. So
we
if you
got
don't
that.
have the medium,
I wasn't thick. I repeated it back to you. I got it. How do you want me to slow down? How does that compare to ether you haven't shown us yet, unlike water, which I can show, and waves that I can show? Go.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
Why?
Because nothing can exist.
There's begging the question going on here.
Yeah, go on, Brian.
Yeah, first of all, there's a contradiction, Austin, in what you're saying. Is that if you have a vacuum chamber and there's light in the vacuum chamber, then there isn't nothing in there. There is light. Secondly, there's a begging the question fallacy that we have these waves, which are just a description. Waves are just a description. You can't show us a wave, an electromagnetic wave. It's just a description. So if there is light or electromagnetic anything in a vacuum, how does that need an antecedent?
Right. So I just said that. I just said that waves aren't things. They're just a type of movement. I just said that.
Who cares? We're not talking about waves.
Yeah, but
We've got the wave
description.
example. Now we're trying to get the comparison to something else that we can physically describe and quantify with ether.
Yeah, electromagnetism
That's
moves
not
in a wave like
That's not ether. That's electromagnetic. You can show that. I can qualify it. You can qualify it. That's not ether.
But what is it wave within, though?
Oh, so it's the question of what it could be presupposed to be in if you decide it must have a medium. And you've decided that medium must be ether. After you've decided it must have one.
No, it's not a presupposition. It's all empirical evidence in the natural world shows us you can't have a wave without a medium, just like antecedent of gas pressure. It's the same
wave? What wave?
I don't think it's an antecedent. I think it's a base axiom that nothing is nothing. So, like, you can't have something occurring where you have absolutely nothing.
Hang on.
Nothing
wave?
doesn't exist.
You keep saying the word, Austin, you keep saying the term wave. It's a description, a wave. What wave? You can't show us this wave you're claiming. You're claiming a description which is wave. You can't show us this. It's a claim that's needed for you to beg the question that ether is needed. None of this is
I
solid.
just said waves aren't things. I just said that. So you're saying that the electromagnetism moves in a wave-like function inside of nothing.
No, we're not.
I didn't say that
We're
at all.
not arguing about electromagnetism. No, you brought that up as a false equivalence. We didn't bring that up. You did. We're not talking about that. It seems that every time you bring something up like electromagnetism, you start asking us what we're saying about it when we're not. We're saying ether's stupid. It's non-manifest. You can't show it. You can't prove it. And all you've got is heliocentric parlor tricks to claim it. And are begging the question fallacy that electromagnetism, which isn't ether, requires a medium, which is ether. That's all you've got. It's nonsense.
Oh. Well, you can't show or prove the container.
Yeah, I can show an antecedent-consequent relationship of gas pressure. I can show gas pressure, which has an antecedent-consequent relationship with containment. So while I can't show the container, I can demonstrate an antecedent-consequent relationship in physical reality. I can manifest gas pressure and containment in physical reality, Witsit.
Natural
Yeah,
law.
I can manifest waves in the world.
And that's ether? That's you manifesting ether or another false equivalence that isn't ether?
You're not manifesting the container. You're manifesting a man-made container.
So a container, I'm not manifesting a container in physical reality. I'm manifesting a man-made container. Because natural containment doesn't exist, according to you bonehead. Yes, it does. Yes, I can. Yes, it is. And no, you aren't showing anything. It's described as non-manifest. You won't ever show anything. It violates its own description. You'll just argue with us about parlor tricks and how they show light moving. How's that got anything to do with ether? It's not showing ether. Well, what about electromagnetism? Well, that's not ether either. But it definitely requires a medium. I'm going to beg the question that it needs one. And the medium I'm claiming is non-manifest. So not shown, not proven.
Yeah, it's just very simple, right? It's like, I'm not claiming you can prove the ether. You can't physically manipulate it. It's not manifest. I agree, right?
Well, then why the hell are you babbling on about it?
Because either you can ignore the question or you can choose to address the question. And the question is, what is sustaining the propagation? And if you just say you're presupposing you need a medium, what you're saying implicitly
I didn't say that. You said that. Why do you keep reversing this and saying that if you say you need a medium, I didn't, you say it does. And you say because it does, ether exists. And what's ether? Something non-manifest. Well, why is it non-manifest? Well, it's from counter space. Well, what's counter space? Something not real. That's what.
Yeah, you're trying to throw us on the rabbit trail
what's in your kitchen. No, you're not addressing what I'm saying. He keeps saying that I'm presupposing it needs a medium. And by saying that, he is implicitly claiming that it can exist without a medium.
So what's ether?
That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with any confined dogmatic definition of ether. I think that's really stupid and ignorant and makes flat earth look dumb. So I'm in the middle here.
You're in the middle of arguing it. You're in the middle of arguing it. You're telling me that this makes flat earth dumb while you're the opposing person to me saying it's stupid and nonsense and non-manifest.
No. I think that people making definitive claims about it make flat earth look dumb, right? But ignoring it also makes flat earth look dumb, in my opinion. Ignoring it entirely does.
Ignoring what? What are we ignoring?
Ignoring what? The antecedent to... Well, listen carefully.
Oh, go on. Say it.
Antecedent to propagation.
Oh, the antecedent to propagation, you assume.
Laughter doesn't make it go away, bro.
Sorry, you've just told us that you've assumed that it needs a medium to propagate. That's what you've just said.
So you're assuming it doesn't. Okay.
Oh, so we're back to this false dichotomy. You've decided that I've decided the the contrary to what you've just presupposed. No, I haven't done that either, Whitsit. These sides of a false dichotomy have both been postulated by you.
Yeah, you're
no other
dependent
option
on
unless you can
a
offer a third viable
non-manifested
option here.
antecedent.
I have a
This
third
is
option.
bad news.
Oh, we've got
It's
a
a
trichotomy.
particle
Hear it.
through the container, and it doesn't need anything to propagate it because it's just a particle. Because you've got the
That's
wave-particle
not a
duality.
third option.
It is.
That's not a third option.
Is the
No,
particle a
that's
medium?
saying it doesn't need something. That's saying it doesn't need a medium. That's not a third option. That's one of the two options.
No, Austin, you're claiming that there is a medium necessary, an antecedent medium necessary for light to propagate through. But you haven't proven this to be true. So when we say, show us this medium or some evidence of it, and you can't do it, you start claiming that we're claiming it doesn't exist. We don't know.
Show me the container.
We're not
bud.
making a claim about
Show me the
it.
container.
So we've done
Show me
this
the
already,
container.
Whitsit. We did this
Show me
already.
the container.
In physical terms, even though you denied it because I apparently, according to you, have got a man-made container because natural containment doesn't exist, so therefore you decided I'd got a man-made container in my example. That's where we got to when I qualified in physical reality, the physics of gas pressing on stuff. Something that's physical, not non-manifest. That gas pressure is manifest. Do you understand the difference between me being able to show an antecedent consequent relationship with something manifest in physical reality versus you claiming with a false dichotomy you can show something non-manifest, a contradiction in terms?
I do 100% agree. It is different in that the antecedent gas pressure is more physically verifiable because we can physically manipulate a container and show that, and we can't do that with ether. But you can't show the actual container. So when you guys say show...
So who gives a shit about this? This has nothing to do with ether. So you disclaim that ether's just a load of old bollocks then? And then you start quizzing me about what containment does and how I can't show it. I can show gas pressure. There must be containment because I can demonstrate in physical reality the antecedent consequent relationship. And we have gas pressure. You, on the other hand, have just made it quite explicitly clear you can't prove any of this shit you peddle. That's what you disclaimed before you started quizzing me on containment.
I can demonstrate the antecedent of wave-like propagation being a medium. Yeah, I can show that a million
Okay,
different
go on then. Show me, prove beyond all certitude that wave propagation requires a medium.
If I take the lake away, you don't have a wave anymore.
That's fascinating. So that proves it for water. Well done.
Okay. So do we have any evidence to the contrary?
So, sorry, to the contrary to the example that contrasts or compares to something you haven't shown yet. That's water. That's not ether.
Well, it's waves, though. That's what we're talking about.
I see. I see.
Propagation.
I see. So water and electromagnetism, they're basically the same thing to be comparable, aren't they?
Nathan, I got a question for you.
Sorry, my question was, in a sarcastic tone, electromagnetic fields and water, they're basically the same things for this comparison to be comparable. Not that we're talking about electromagnetic waves, we're talking about ether.
But that's why we know
So water, the medium, water's comparable to ether. So let's see the ether and see how comparable it is.
Well, let's see the container and see how comparable.
The gas pressure, antecedent consequent relationship demonstrated in physical reality never to be violated, and we have gas pressure. Done. Third time I've done it. Now you do it with something in physical reality for ether that doesn't involve you asking me a question or offering a false dichotomy.
Electromagnetic wave-like propagation, we have that in nature, and every time we ever have waves, it can't be.
I only got half of that. I through that broken up text, you beg the question that it requires a medium.
Correct.
Hey man, you guys can keep on pretending I'm stupid or something, but no one's answering the question. So if you want to say that there's nothing there, that's your own prerogative. Okay, but if you pretend that's
When I said you show me something comparable to the water example, without giving me a false dichotomy or a question of me, you've decided that we're going to answer a question. It's about whether or not we answer your question, rather than you showing us this thing in physical reality, which you can't by definition.
Can I attempt to answer his question real quick, Nathan, if you don't mind?
Stupid.
Someone wants to answer his question that we must be answering apart rather than showing ether. Apparently, answering the question's going to show us ether. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's not going to show you either, but I think it would disprove his antecedent. Wouldn't the operation of a vacuum tube inside of electronics disprove the idea that you need something there for propagation?
How so?
Because a vacuum tube attracts electrons inside of a vacuum.
Okay.
Hence propagation without a medium.
No, you're assuming there's no medium in the vacuum.
Huh?
He's saying you're assuming that when you remove all of the air from a vacuum tube, something we call a valve, that assumes that there's no medium there. And he's saying your assumption, when you say, I've removed all the air from this vacuum tube, is that is no longer a medium there. And he's saying, no, that's wrong. There must still be a medium there because it's propagating through it. Therefore, ether. That's his argument.
Correct. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a scientific debate, and that's why I encourage fighters not to commit to that. But at the same time, you would have to claim that his vacuum tubes are comprised of quote nothingness, and that is ridiculous. Saying nothing exists is not ignorant.
He's incoherent. Can't make out what he's saying.
He's saying we would have to suggest that nothing is a possibility when we create a vacuum. And he's saying you can't have nothing. That's stupid. Therefore, there must be something there, because having nothing isn't possible according to him. When we remove the air from a vacuum tube, there must still be something in there according to him. Therefore, the thing that's in there's ether.
Well, I don't understand why he's using that as an example. Hang on. Why is he using that as an example? Is someone talking? Please. Didn't he admit at the get-go that he doesn't believe in outer space being a vacuum? So whatever is happening is within the containment? So what's he babbling about?
You think that was
well, I mean, that's maybe okay, fine. You said what you said. I just would like to say, how is it not affirming the consequence? Or
I
am
was
I
saying
wrong?
that there's a container on the earth, not affirming the consequence.
Because we can show the physical consequent relationship with the antecedent of containment when using gas. That's why.
Yeah, we don't have to say it's either. When we say it's either it's contained or it's not contained, actually we know definitively that it's only present when we give an example of containment. But when we say it's either a medium propagating through something or nothing, that's only because you've taken the air out. But you're saying, so there's nothing in there because you've taken the air out. No, you're saying, well, there's something there. But what you're saying is you can fall into an affirming the consequence, because what is actually happening is all we're seeing is that the energy is still perturbating, right? And you're saying, well, that's because something is there, right? But then that's as far as we can go.
Yeah.
It is.
But my point is that to claim that nothing exists.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that but you.
It has to be said.
Oh, what? We have to accept it as the other half of the false dichotomy, do we? No, we don't. You must say it to make it. No,
the
just get this out.
Space,
Hello.
How can nothing exist?
You're the one who has to postulate it for your false dichotomy to work. The fact that we haven't accepted it where other people may have, Witsit, just means that it's a false dichotomy that we won't accept. That's all it means. Doesn't mean that, well, there's got to be someone putting the other half forward, so it may as well be you with your false dichotomy that you're presenting, that you've projected onto me no less than 4 times, Witsit. Yeah? No,
Well,
this is stupid, batshit insane nonsense.
To distance yourself from the claim.
What
I know
claim?
you want to distance yourself from the claim because it's asinine. That nothing exists, but just
I didn't make that claim.
Make it go
So
away.
again, 5th time he's projected this onto me. I didn't put a quote round it last time. You quoted me as saying what you said last time. Even when you tried to quote it as me saying it, you gave a quote of me quoting you. Because you're the only one saying it, Witsit.
Okay,
If you
but if it's a
disagree
false
with him, you said
dichotomy,
something.
that
That's
means
the way
that
he
there's
thinks.
Another option. If there's a false dichotomy, that means there's another option. That's what false dichotomy means.
Or both the options are incorrect. It's an affirming the consequent. If electromagnetism, however you say it, then there's a medium. Well, there's got to be a medium because electromagnetism's going on right before my very eyes through this vacuum tube. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Eli's right.
Okay, so again, either there's something there or there's nothing there. You're saying that both of those options.
Just those two. I'm saying both those options, am I, Witsit, you fuckwit? Do it again and I'll kick you out and you won't ever return. You reposition your fuckwit claim onto me one more fucking time. Witsit, shut your mouth. You reposition your fuckwit claim onto me one more fucking time and you will never fucking return here. Don't reposition your fuckwit claim onto me again. Do you hear me, Witsit?
Dude, look.
Don't call me dude, you insolent little fuck. Don't project your stupid, shitty claim onto me again. I haven't fucking claimed it. Stop telling me that I'm saying it, you stupid, insolent little prick. I'm not saying that, Witsit. You are, you stupid retard who's punting this affirming the consequent. That's what you are doing, not me.
Yeah. You said, and I quote, we're just saying that they're both wrong. That was your exact.
He said that they could both be wrong.
So you've re-paraphrased what I actually said now, Witsit. So they could both be wrong has turned into they are both wrong according to Witsit, as he dies on his arse in his stupid shit from counter space.
Okay, if they could.
Not okay, you insolent little prick. You will not project this shit onto me. You won't reposition what I've said. You're just becoming a scumbag, Witsit. Why? Because you've got a nuanced, stupid idea about something that doesn't exist. And when challenged, you'll project that stupid shit straight onto me like it's my fucking claim. No, it isn't. I'm not saying it. Don't start your next sentence by, well, you're saying that, and then come up with your false dichotomy for the 5th time.
Okay, so is suggesting that we just ignore the phenomena entirely and don't.
Oh, what phenomena would that be?
Phenomena?
Electromagnetism.
Oh, so the phenomena is magnetism.
That's correct.
Okay, so not ether then.
It's tied into the conversation.
Oh, it's automatically assumed to be tied to ether by you. So whether we like it or not, when we're talking about magnetism, we, because you'll project it onto me later in this conversation, I have absolutely no doubt, we are actually automatically talking about your assumption of ether, are we? No, we are fucking not, Witsit.
No.
You are.
No, you don't.
You're going to start telling me what I'm doing again, are you, Witsit?
I'm not saying you have to do that. No, I'm saying you don't have to do that. And I've said over 10 times it's your own prerogative, right? But if you see the magnetic field, the question arises.
Oh, does it? The question arises, what's the cause of that phenomena, if it's a phenomena that we're going to be studying? What causes it? That would be electromagnetism, Witsit.
How we have a...
So we're not going to run with your assumption that it's tied to ether, Witsit. I've just dealt with that. You don't seem to want to accept that I've dealt with. We aren't assuming ether is tied to electromagnetism. You are. We aren't doing that. You haven't acknowledged that we aren't doing it, even though you've just told me we are doing that. We are not, and neither will you be by the time we leave this conversation, you stupid idiot, because it doesn't exist. And when you tell me that you're studying electromagnetism in some form or another, that's your dependent variable if we're going to science it, i.e. be empirical about what we claim about it. That would mean that to vary then manipulate the cause of the effect you've described. If the effect is electromagnetism and you believe the cause is ether, then you better damn well vary and manipulate it as a researcher to show it causes it. And if it's non-manifest, you definitely aren't studying the cause of the effect of electromagnetism when you claim that it's a phenomena that we're studying. Because you can't manipulate the cause if you say it's ether. It's not real.
Okay. So I didn't say that it was scientific experimentation where you can manipulate an idea. I've specifically said that's not the case. But the point is that
we don't care. That if it's not a natural phenomena you're studying, then we don't give a shit. It'll be a parlour trick a man's created, and we don't care about those, Witsit.
Magnetism is a natural phenomenon.
Oh, and we're going to study the cause of magnetism?
Well, actually,
no, we're going to beg the question of ether and talk about it because we are assuming ether's directly tied to it, aren't we, Witsit? We're not going to study the cause and effect relationship with science. We're not going to do anything empirical. We're going to beg the question of ether, aren't we, Witsit?
What sustains the energy?
So you're going to ask me a question. I've said we're not going to do anything empirical. We're not going to science the phenomena, which is magnetism. What we are going to do, because you've told us, we are going to assume it's directly connected to ether. That's what we, according to you, are going to do. No, we're not going to beg the question of ether with you, Witsit. Definitely not.
I'm literally not asking anyone to beg the question. I'm asking a simple
Witsit.
question. What sustains the energy, though? Everyone's just going to keep not answering the question. If you call me stupid, somehow my 160 IQ goes out the window. If you just call me names, what sustains the energy?
Right, what energy?
Witsit.
Sorry, you're asking. Sorry, what sustains the energy? So, are you asking about a cause and effect relationship by any chance? There sounds very much like a.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, there's a method for that, Witsit. Witsit. You have to keep chattering because I answer you. Yeah, that's a cause and effect relationship you're asking about there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, so there's an empirical method. Yeah, you don't need to keep talking, Witsit. You just need to say yes. Yeah, so there's a method for establishing causes of effects. It's called the scientific method. So if you want to ask us...
I already said
I haven't finished, Witsit. If you want to ask us about what you are using for your claims of ether, when you have a phenomena that you want to study, do you feel it's appropriate that you ask us to put your claimed phenomena tied to your assumption of ether through the scientific method for you? Or do you think maybe it'd be better if you took that claim to be effect you're studying in nature and see if you can figure out the cause of it? Because there's a method for that. It's called science.
Okay.
So are you going to do that? Are you going to do that then? Are you going to do that then, Witsit? Maybe as you're using it in your claim, maybe you could tell me what the cause of electromagnetism is and provide me with some science for your cause and effect claim that you are making. Do you think you could do that, Witsit?
Okay. Science is limited.
I didn't ask you for a ham-handed description of what science is. I asked you if you could provide me a cause and effect relationship validated by experimentation, that would be science, for your phenomena you're using in your claim when you beg the question of ether. You asked us about the cause of it about 3 minutes ago, and I'm pointing out that you won't be asking us about validation of a cause and effect relationship you are postulating when you beg the question of ether. I'm saying, can you show us cause and effect validated by experiment for your phenomena you are using? That would be magnetism. Can you do that, Ether, boy?
I've already answered that question.
You answered it by providing a scientific validity to the cause and effect relationship that is magnetism. You've done that, have you?
You're just reading a script without actually acknowledging the point. And
Let me get this straight. I can't believe I've got to do it. I've got to go on fucking camera and show my audience that I've got no script in my hand. That I'll tear you a new asshole with no script, Witsit. You unbelievable fucking retard. There is no ether. You're describing something that exists in a medium that doesn't even exist. That would be counter space. And you're describing it as non-manifest. Do you think I need a fucking script to rip your asshole through your own throat? No, moron. I'll do it with my words. No script needed. You are a fucktard, Witsit. You're punting stupid shit to people I like to consider in my community. And I'm here to put a stop to your stupid shit that you're punting with parlour tricks by asking me that there's a question that I need to answer when you tell me that electromagnetism is intrinsically linked to ether because we are going to be assuming it. No, we won't. I'll just point out that you're a fucking retard who's decided to go around eulogising about something that doesn't exist. That's ether. Don't need a script, mate, you insolent little prick.
How are you going to put a stop to it if I'm just
I don't need a script.
I very clearly just exposed you because you were just saying the same over and over and acknowledging.
Did he say he exposed you, Nathan?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Have you not been listening?
Clearly, nobody.
Have you not been listening? You can't.
You've got nothing to offer us, Witsit. You just you're a hindrance to this cause, as far as I'm concerned. Excuse me. I don't give a crap. I'm not here to convert people, and I really don't care. But there's loads of people around me that moan at me about it. In fact, the entire live show was spent moaning at me about how I can do more to get this message out to the great unwashed to convert them in a pyramid scheme. Now, frankly, I don't care. I literally don't care. But with that in mind, the people around me should appreciate what a detriment you are. Because you're punting nonsense that you can't validate, and you're even justifying it and exclaiming how you can't justify it. And even saying people shouldn't go around making these claims because it makes us look stupid. And then arguing with me for a full straight hour about manifestation of things that aren't manifesting.
By the way, he's not here.
His connection eventually gave up.
Yeah.
It was on its way out the whole time.
He was
I can't
projecting.
believe it.
He was projecting his own position as your position.
Yes, to set up a false dichotomy. Well, you're saying that there's a nothing that exists. Well, there can't not be a nothing. Therefore, there's got to be something, and my something's ether. So you're saying no, not nothing. I'm saying there's something. Therefore, one of them's got to be... No, that's definitely not what we're saying. Where's ether? Just show us that.
I didn't understand why he kept going to the gas pressure without containment. I mean, he can't do that with ether.
Listen, correct me if I'm wrong. I asked him if he believed in outer space. He says, no, I don't. I believe in gas pressure, the whole thing. Okay, he said that. Then he says, you can't believe nothing exists. Well, if he believes we're contained, how can he say that anything, electromagnetism or anything he wants to bring in, is happening in the vacuum? If he believes in gas pressure with a container and the Earth is that, and the sun, moon, and stars are a part of that, then there is no nothing that he can go to. It's all within the realm.
Right, because he's got a parlour trick with a vacuum to make his example. It doesn't matter that when he's debating with us, we don't have a further false dichotomy with a sky vacuum to replace with ether. We don't have that side of his false dichotomy he needs to set up. So what's he going to replace? Well, we don't believe there's a sky vacuum to replace. What are you talking about? Well, when I've got a vacuum, there's got to be something there. So, yeah, we're not saying the sky's a vacuum, though, are we? So what are you contrasting this with exactly? Nothing. You've just not presented us anything on your side of your claim. And you're not going to be pushing the contrasting claim onto me. I haven't made that either. So what's he left with? He's left in a position where he's just got to back his own claim. And what does he do when he's put in the position to actually back his own claim? Tells me he can't back it. I can't prove it. I don't have science. I'm not claiming it's science. So why the fuck are you spending an hour arguing about it then? Oh, I know. Because someone's got to answer the question I'm proposing. Do they? Yeah, because the question gives a false dichotomy we need to answer, and one half of it's ether. Quick, answer it. Fucking idiot. You're an embarrassment to flat earthers, Whitsit.
Yeah, Nathan, that's what I heard, is that if we're not willing to ask the question, that must mean that we're scared of the answer or something like that. Like, what question? The question is his question. He's asking the question, what does light need to propagate through? Which is begging the question that it needs something to propagate through in the first place. We're not begging the question, and that's the problem.
Yeah. If you want to know how to progress this argument, 90% of the people in this arena are like that guy, like Whitsit, or Bob. That's who they're like. Yeah. And they make us all look like fucking idiots. So if you want to know how to progress this argument, stomp out the fucking stupid idiots in Flat Earth who go around talking about non-manifest shit they can't prove, while we talk about physics and physical reality and stuff we can prove. And when challenged, as was just the case, by someone claiming to be on my side, that I can't prove containment, and I say I can, we've got gas pressure, and I can physically demonstrate the antecedent consequent relationship required for the gas pressure we breathe, annihilating his claim that my antecedent consequent relationship is somehow comparable because it can't be validated. Yeah, it can be validated. It's not comparable. Maybe he's had some baller tell him that he can't show a container and therefore it's an argument he can roll with. But ultimately, people like Whitsit are making us look stupid. And that's why this conversation won't go further in Western society, because the majority part of the people punting it are fucking stupid.
Correct.
Here's a question for you with your container antecedent. At what altitude and what pressure would you need a container?
You need it full stop. You can't have any gas pressure ever if there's no containment.
But the actual measured pressure gradient in the atmosphere tapers to like 0.1 pascals within a reasonable altitude.
The pressure gradient. So the gas.
Yeah, and you can actually
my bad. I hadn't
very
finished.
accurately correlate pressure with altitude.
My bad. So the gas pressure gradient.
Yes. So at what altitude?
I still hadn't
you need
finished,
a
my
container
friend.
to
My
hold
friend.
back the
That's
pressure?
not a question. That's a statement of what you just said. That's me repeating what you've said. I haven't added anything to it. I'm not just your parrot. I am actually going to add something to what you said. You said gas pressure gradient. So it's a pressure then, pressing on something.
Yeah, and you're assuming that it requires a physical barrier.
But you said it was pressure.
No.
That was what you said. You said it was a gas pressure gradient. That's what you just said, not me. You said it. Yeah, so it's pressing then.
Yes, and if you...
Yes, so pressing on what? Is it pressing on a sky vacuum?
It's pressing on itself.
So pressing on itself. So you think the antecedent consequent relationship for gas pressure is that it presses upon itself?
That is how pressure works, yes.
No.
Oh my
gas
gosh.
pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. Please, can you provide me a citation that says gas pressure is, in fact, the force it exerts upon itself? Go.
The pressure is uniform throughout
I didn't ask you. I said get me a citation that says gas pressure is the force the gas presses upon itself. Go.
When you measure pressure...
I didn't ask you to tell me what happens when you
Why are
measure
you
pressure.
breathing hard, bro?
I asked you for a citation to back your claim in contradiction to my claim. I, when you fail to do so, will give you NASA saying that gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. That's what NASA say. So NASA say it's the force the gas exerts on the walls of its container, whereas your citation, as you declare, that it's actually the force it exerts on itself. Citation, please.
It's not one or the other, it's both.
No, it's not both, because I've cited NASA that says it's the force it exerts on a container. Can you give me a citation that says it's the force it exerts on itself and the force it exerts on the container? Because obviously it's an either-or situation here, isn't it?
No, it's not an either-or situation, because the pressure is throughout the container. It's not only on the walls.
Throughout the container, that's right. Yes, throughout the container. Well done for snatching your own wig off, you stupid moron. That's right, it's throughout the container.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes, so you've just annihilated your own stupid argument by describing gas pressure not only as on the containment, but throughout the containment. So containment's required.
You're misdefining.
Sorry, stuttering wanker. You haven't given me a citation yet.
Huh?
A citation. I gave you NASA, you gave me nothing.
Sounds to me like you have a very non-researched level of understanding of a gas pressure gradient and of our own gas pressure gradient in our sky. At what height? No, I'll ask you differently. What did they use to take pressure measurements past between 30 to 36 miles up in the air?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What do they use to take gas pressure readings at 35,000 feet in the air?
No, 30 to 36 miles.
Oh, miles. Sorry.
What did they use past that point? Yeah, sorry, it's okay, Nathan. What did they use past that point to take pressure readings?
I mean,
one second, just leave me answer this, Chocolate. Sorry, one second. Did you hear what I said to the man there? You know, that's the first that's a valid question, and you seem to be not willing to even address it.
Because he's Googling it.
Oh, I'm missing this. I was reading citations to see if I could find what I was looking for.
And did you? Did you?
Did
you?
I did.
Oh, brilliant. Do you want to read it out?
I can read it out. I just posted the link in the general one. This is Khan Academy, which is globe education. So pretty. Where did this bit go? A solid surface can exert pressure, but fluid can also exert pressure. This might seem strange if you think about it, because it's hard to imagine hammering in a nail with liquid. Pressure is just force per unit area. It doesn't have to be only on the walls of the container.
Per unit area of what? Sorry, that's a contradiction in terms. So per unit area, but not of the walls of a container. So unit area of what?
You can have an area of any arbitrarily defined surface.
For it to press upon.
So if you say a table within the atmosphere, you've got gas pressure on the top of it and gas pressure on the bottom of it.
Stop. Sorry, in the what? Atmo begging the question sphere?
It's terminology, it's not begging the question.
Sorry,
you know that.
Sorry,
it's a
do you not know the meaning of the word
that.
you've used? Don't tell me it's not begging the question. I'll correct you, because you're stupid and don't understand what the words you use mean. Stop talking. You've just told me I'm wrong. You've said it's just terminology, it's not begging the question. That's incorrect. I'm going to correct you if you can shut your mouth long enough. Can you do that or not?
Well, I'm pretty sure you're using begging the question.
I said you were begging the question. Well, I'm going to tell you how, if you can shut up long enough. You said atmosphere. Then you told me it's just a terminology and not begging the question. Third time I've attempted with you not shutting up when I've told you explicitly. I'm going to explain how you begged the question. It's not just terminology. You are begging the question. You just got to shut up long enough for me to tell you. Will you do that?
Go ahead.
Good lad. Shut your mouth. Atmo. Do you know what that means?
Nothing.
Atmo?
It's a company.
Atmo does not mean a company. Atmo, prefix to
It's a
atmosphere.
company.
Do you know what atmo means? You can say no if you
Nothing.
don't, Dumbo.
It's not a real word.
Atmo's not a real word?
It's not.
Oh, you don't think if...
Wow, where did this guy come from?
Mate,
Jesus
you're thick as
Christ.
shit. Excuse me, globe-believing thicko. Yeah, it is. Means air.
Yeah. Atmo
Means air.
yields
It means
the
air.
search result is
It
Atmos
means air.
energy.
Means air.
It's a prefix, not a word.
Yeah, prefix meaning air.
Yeah.
Yes, so it means air.
But
So it
on
means...
its own isn't
So
the
it
word.
means air.
Okay.
Okay. And what does sphere mean? Do we need to look that up?
Sphere.
So it's sphere-shaped air then?
Okay.
So you
Yeah.
don't think that assuming...
It's a term.
I haven't finished, fuckwit who needs to interrupt me
Well,
because
see,
he's getting a teabagging from a flat earther. You don't need to chant through this devastating conclusion, my friend. I'll just make my conclusion without your chanting, if you don't mind. Yeah, that's you
you're
begging the question. Begging the question that air takes the shape of a sphere. Very much a begging the question fallacy. What is your what's your malfunction, my friend? What's your malfunction? What is your malfunction? Guys in Discord, did I need him to be handed a mute button for him to have the ability to talk straight through me? It didn't seem like you wanted to listen to me pointing out where you were incorrect when you said it's just a term, not begging the question. There's his chanting again. Maybe he needs a mute button in order to be able to chant through the conclusion he chanted through twice previously. You need to mute me by talking through me, my friend. Is this painful?
No, I'm going to read...
Well, maybe try shutting up as I point out that when you assume air takes the shape of a sphere with your begging the question atmosphere declaration, that's very much a begging the question fallacy. Yeah? You've just begged the question. That's a logical fallacy you've employed, my friend. That's very much a stupid move from a stupid idiot who thinks air is assumed to be sphere-shaped. Air takes the shape of its containment. It's most assuredly not sphere-shaped, even though you think it's just a term when it's actually a begging the question fallacy.
It's not, because it's not relevant.
Oh, is it not? You don't need to chant through me, my friend. It is.
Fallacy of begging the question...
Is begging the question that air takes the shape of a sphere, so that you can explain how gas pressure gradients don't need containment, because they're automatically assumed to be taking sphere shapes, rather than taking the shape of their containment.
That wasn't the point of argument.
Oh, was it not? It's just a way you could beg the question that air doesn't need containment. It actually takes the shape of a sphere, arbitrarily, when you use this begging the question term atmosphere.
It's not a begging the question...
To assume that air doesn't need containment and is in fact sphere-shaped. Air is not sphere-shaped. Air takes the shape of its containment.
Is a term...
Why are you asking me something? Why aren't you acknowledging that you've begged the question with atmosphere?
It's not a begging...
Yeah, it is. It assumes air takes the shape of a sphere rather than taking the shape of its containment. That's a begging the question fallacy that air is sphere-shaped. Air has no intermolecular bonds. It doesn't randomly form shapes. It takes the shape of its containment, unless, of course, you beg the question that it's sphere-shaped.
Okay, stop for a second.
I can carry on pointing out that air isn't sphere-shaped, even if you assume atmosphere. Begging the question fallacy.
The fallacy of begging
the question would be assuming your outcome. Your outcome being that air is automatically sphere-shaped rather than taking the shape of its containment. You're trying to prove it doesn't need containment, and you're begging the question that it's in the shape of a sphere already. So yeah, that's a fallacy of begging the question that you're using with atmosphere. So definitely begging the question. Definitely atmosphere. Definitely sphere-shaped air that you have assumed.
I literally heard nothing you said because...
That's because you were talking through me the entire time I pointed out that atmosphere is a begging the question fallacy. You didn't shut up to listen to it once, so you didn't hear me. Atmosphere begs the question, assuming that air doesn't take the shape of its containment, but in fact takes a sphere shape, because you've assumed it. Begging the question fallacy.
But you're incorrect in your use of begging the question fallacy, because begging the question is when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it.
So the truth would be that gas doesn't need containment. It's already in a sphere-shaped. Arbitrarily stays in a sphere-shaped because you've said atmosphere. So automatically air, which is atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, takes the shape of a sphere. That's an assumption that you begged the question of in lieu of your proof that it doesn't need containment when in fact gas takes the shape of its containment. It doesn't arbitrarily take sphere shapes.
Fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion. You called the word atmosphere a begging the question fallacy.
Because it is. It assumes air takes the shape of a sphere rather than taking the shape of its containment. When, in fact, air, gas, takes the shape of its containment in all instances. You won't ever show me some sphere-shaped gases just randomly in somewhere in a sphere shape. It doesn't happen because gases take the shape of their containment. They don't randomly take the shape of a sphere unless you beg the question of atmosphere, a begging the question fallacy you seem to want to deny.
The fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it. The word atmosphere is not an argument.
It's an argument that air is sphere-shaped rather than taking the shape of its containment. It's an automatic assumption that air is heliocentric, wrapped around your ball Earth. The only reason it's sphere-shaped is because it's wrapped around your ball assumption.
No.
No? Well, why on earth would it be sphere-shaped then? We're not assuming Earth's a sphere with sphere-shaped air wrapped around it then. We're not assuming that.
How are you taking a...
Sorry, are we not assuming Earth's a sphere with sphere-shaped air with no containment around it? We're not assuming that when we say atmosphere. We're not begging the question that Earth's a sphere and that it's got sphere-shaped air wrapped around its sphere shape. We're not assuming that. Yeah, we fucking are, you unbelievable crackhead. That's what you did when you said atmosphere. Absolutely, without question, beg the question of a sphere-shaped Earth with sphere-shaped air around it.
I mean, I just prefer to not use the term atmos because it's not a real word.
Yeah, but atmosphere is. It's a way of begging the question that Earth is sphere-shaped with sphere-shaped air around it. It's a way for you to beg the question with one word. Maybe you were too stupid to realise that you were begging the question with that word. Now that I'm pointing it out to you, you're too stupid to recognise that assuming Earth is sphere-shaped and has sphere-shaped air around it by way of a use of the word atmosphere is definitely begging the question. You're just too stupid to realise it after it's been explained because you spent too much of the time chanting through it rather than listening.
We were debating gas pressure.
The gas pressure that needs containment. Yeah, we were. Gas pressure requires containment and takes the shape of its containment. But then you came up with this begging the question fallacy of air being sphere-shaped automatically, kind of going straight to the end outcome with gas not filling containment because there's a sky vacuum and the air being sphere-shaped wrapped around a sphere, you're assuming. You're definitely begging the question here, mate.
I have a supplemental note. Prefix, definition, a word, letter, or number placed before another. So this argument of Atmo is not a word, just cut it out.
Hold on, Chocolate. No. Hold on, that's not fair. Atmo's a letter, right? Is it a letter? Atmo's a letter? No, my bad. Sorry, it came out wrong. Atmo's a number, isn't it, Chocolate?
Nah, it's definitely a word, Nathan.
It's a word. Atmo, meaning air.
Indeed.
Air that's automatically assumed by way of the conclusion assumed in the premise to be sphere-shaped, automatically sphere-shaped, by way of an assumption.
We weren't debating
the
shape of it.
What, the sphere's not a shape anymore, according to you, Dumbo? You think sphere isn't the assumption of a shape when you say atmosphere? Not
begging the question only occurs when that word is the point of the argument.
Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, we're talking flat Earth debate. You think it's a sphere-shaped Earth. We think it's flat. You've automatically assumed you're right in your outcome when you say atmosphere, because that's assuming a sphere-shaped Earth with sphere-shaped air around it. So, yeah, you're begging the question, mate.
Yeah, you're saying atmosphere.
The point of debate was whether or not gas pressure requires a physical barrier, not the shape of said barrier. And you, instead of continuing in good faith discussion, decided to bring up the begging the question inaccurately.
No, it didn't. You went to a citation that cited atmosphere in the citation. And I point out that your citation, unlike mine from NASA that described gas exerting force on the walls of the container, described a begging the question fallacy of atmosphere, rather than a definition that would comport with your argument. Your citation begged the question. Now, by virtue of you reading it out, you begged the question, because you read it out as your citation.
That wasn't in the definition that I was reading.
atmosphere wasn't in it. So you just added that to your citation without putting quote marks around it and just begged the question on behalf of your citation that didn't mention atmosphere at all. I see.
Yes.
Mind-boggling.
Excellent.
That he doesn't know the word sphere is involved in that word.
I do know it is.
And that's okay. So if you see the word sphere in the word, what are you assuming already?
We were discussing gas pressure, and
Yeah,
not
and you
the
said
shape
it
of
was in the container. So you already agreed that it was contained. Then you used the word atmosphere. Now you're saying it wasn't in the citation. So why did you put it there? Why'd you say that word?
Because that's I use, because it's more descriptive than.
You're breaking up. Can you say that again?
Sorry?
You broke up when you justified why you used the word atmosphere.
It's the normal word I use.
It's a word that begs the question of a sphere Earth with sphere-shaped air around it, though.
It's a word can't beg the question because the word is not an argument.
No, but when we're describing how gas behaves, an assumption of its behaviour in the form of the word atmosphere absolutely begs the question.
Except that was not the argument. And that wasn't my argument.
The argument's about how gas behaves, and you've already decided how it behaves because you've decided it behaves by forming the shape of a sphere.
No, we were talking about the...
No, you've decided it's sphere-shaped with that word. You've decided air is sphere-shaped by using that word. That's what you've decided.
The word sphere doesn't appear in the definition of atmosphere.
The word sphere doesn't appear in the word atmosphere.
Unbelievable.
No, in the definition of the word.
Yeah, that's because the word begs the question. The word itself is a claim that begs the question.
Except if you look at the definition of that word...
Hang on. Your citation was based on hydrostatic pressure, from what I heard, which is not gases. Gases can't experience hydrostatic pressure. Fluids can. Gases are fluids, technically are fluids, but only fluids that are more dense than gas, liquids, they experience hydrostatic pressure, whereas they can assert a pressure upon themselves because they can have a measurable weight, because they have a downward vector within the air, which is gas. You do not even realize that a vacuum requires a container. So even a claim of a vacuum means you need a container, or temperature you need a container, not just gas pressure.
Yeah, but my point, and that stands, is that pressure isn't only on the walls of the container. Pressure is throughout the media.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But to have gas pressure in the first place, for it to be existent throughout the containment, you've got to have containment first.
There must be something that creates the pressure, yes.
So we must have a container?
Well, container is a different word because that implies that it would be a physical barrier.
Okay, we must have... I'll concede. We must have containment. Is that a yes?
Okay, then we're more in agreement.
So we agree. There must be a container.
Not container, because I feel like that does still imply like a physical, discrete boundary, but definitely containment.
Like a boundary, something to press up on.
Not exactly, though.
Sorry, not exactly.
Because you could also say...
Hold on.
Let's say it's electromagnetic.
That means stop. Hold on. Can you show me an example of gas without containment beyond your fundamentalist religious assertion that the sky is a vacuum?
Not without containment.
So containment is required.
That it's without containment.
So we definitely need containment. That would be a barrier to press upon.
Not a barrier to press upon.
That's what containment is.
Well, I can show you an example of something analogous, which is another fluid, water, specifically a ferrofluid with a magnet.
Water's not gas. Water's not gas.
Very, very similar to gas.
Water is very similar. Does water have bonds?
The fundamental difference between a gas and a liquid is their density.
Are you deaf? Does water have bonds?
Yes.
Does gas have bonds?
Don't think so. Not usually.
So they're not the same then. So they're not the. So hello. You don't need to chant through my conclusions. So they are not comparable. One.
They are comparable.
I hadn't finished.
Bonds aren't what make.
I hadn't finished. One will expand in all directions. One does not. Which one expands in all directions? Is it water, liquid, or gas?
Both are formless without containment.
Sorry, which expands in all directions? Is it liquid or... They're the same thing, right? They're basically the same fucking thing, according to you. I'm pointing out how they're not the same thing, and somehow I'm unreasonable in pointing out how they're not the same in any way, shape, or form. They're completely different states. Maybe that requires you to chant straight through the top of my rather aggressive conclusion that you're trying to chant through. No, mate, they're definitely not the same for your comparison for water. So it's not water, it's gas.
My point would be that your statement...
You don't have to chant through every single conclusion, my friend. I understand that it might be painful for a flat earther to be correcting you on your stupid nonsense where you compare water to gas. They are not the same. One is bonded. One expands in all directions at a high velocity. They're not the same, friend. Okay? So you're not going to be drawing comparisons to water and what it does when describing how gas behaves. Are we clear?
It's analogous.
No, it's not. They are completely different states.
That's what analogous means.
Different states.
Analogous is similar.
Analogous because one is bonded together and the other isn't.
It's called reification.
No, water behaves like a particular state, liquid. Gases, on the other hand, behave very differently. For example, they expand in all directions, unlike water, a liquid, because it's a different state, a gas. So while you say they're analogous, after describing hydrostatic equilibrium effects, in your example you cited, those hydro, meaning water, static, meaning not moving, effects aren't applicable to gases that expand in all directions at a high velocity when liquids are bonded together. Okay? Not analogous.
But still does require containment, aka container, aka a physical barrier. It seems like you're trying to say containment isn't a physical barrier. And Nathan asked you, give us an example of that. Would you be giving us an example of water without containment?
Yeah, he would. Giving us an example that doesn't show gas without containment. He's moved over to something that he says is analogous. So you can show water without being completely contained, all encompassed, so it doesn't expand to fill the volume. You know, like when they carry gas canisters around, so that they don't expand to fill the volume. They want to be able to sell them. So they contain them. Now, water, you don't need that. You can have an open top cart carry water around with it because it won't escape the top. It doesn't expand in all directions. So how is your example going to be analogous when one behaves very differently to the other?
So one of the things that you're repeatedly saying is expands in all directions, and that's a simplification of what a gas actually is. It sounds like you're citing the elementary school definition for what gas pressure is.
Sorry, are you suggesting that gas does not expand in all directions at a high velocity?
It's not like strictly in all directions, not pretty uniform.
Sorry, you think gas
around.
doesn't? What? Sorry, it's either expanding in all directions or it isn't. It's either got a bias or it hasn't. You think it's got a bias?
I didn't say specifically that. What I said instead was that saying it expands in all directions is a simplification.
Gas expands in all directions. That's a fact.
It's not a simplification. It's called Brownian motion, you fucking retard.
Yeah, so gas expands in all directions. It's not an oversimplification.
What's gas
it's a
pressure?
fact.
Have them define gas pressure in citation in main chat right fucking now.
He did. He had atmosphere in it. He's already cited it. Can you tell us the hour and minute mark that you cited your gas pressure describing hydrostatic equilibrium, please?
I do not know exact minute or hours.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, then I'll define it. Are
12:21.
you, hold on. Are you in
12:21
live
PM.
stream? You said that there's no container, right?
No, I didn't say there's no container.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said there's containment.
Yeah, containment implies directly a physical fucking container. So, 43 minutes after the hour, are you there? It's the last post in main chat. Are you ready?
Where's that?
Containment implies a limited volume available.
So, are you there yet? We're going to go over the definition of gas pressure for you.
I'm very well aware of the definition.
Are you there?
I'm here.
So, from the chemistry department at Elmhurst University, the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Container. From NASA, the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Kinetic molecular theory, explanation of Boyle's gas law. Elmhurst, back to Elmhurst University. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas from Boyle's gas law. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. The pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the what? Walls, the higher the pressure. And finally, we can end it up here for preschool. From Chem Libre text, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. Did you get it?
Yeah, and I was already well aware of that.
You were.
The reason
said no container.
The reason I had a discrepancy with saying it expands in all directions is that
you don't have a discrepancy with that, or you are in direct contradiction with Brownian motion, fucktard.
It's a simplification of the fact that
no, it's not simplification.
Particle.
It's Brownian motion.
It's not perfectly uniform.
Shouting! Because he's a fucking idiot. So let's go to MIT. Brownian motion. Real gas molecules move in all fucking directions.
Not an oversimplification. That's how gas behaves.
Yes. But those specific directions at any given point in time won't be.
You would fail.
Wow. All the time that you said no, now you just said yes.
Yeah, you would fail intro to science 5th grade.
So, meanwhile, just
okay,
before you move on.
Sorry.
So, space, outer space, sky vacuum, would be an area of volume that gas could fill. And gas fills volumes. That's what it does. So, outer space is fake. There is no outer space. Gas pressure, with the antecedent consequent relationship of the container it would require to press upon to give us gas pressure, debunks the notion that you can fly up into the sky into an empty space region that's a vacuum. That's debunked.
It's really not that simple.
So, you're the simple one. You would fail 5th grade intro to science and 1st grade intro to gas behavior.
Pressure is force per unit area.
Gas!
Yeah.
Pressure. Force per unit area.
Yeah, and this.
What's the area?
Hold on, guys. The sky vacuum claimed by NASA doesn't have an area to press on. It's an empty space. A volume.
That unit area is surface area. Gases have no surfaces.
Yeah, and the
Do you
sky
know
vacuum
what
doesn't have
happens
that.
when you have
Do I
imbalanced
know what?
forces?
I forgot more about this yesterday than you'll ever fucking know. That's a fact, and has been demonstrated here in spades.
Thank you
in
for the
just the
citations,
past
by the
5
way.
minutes.
Thank you very much, QE. Good timing. But meanwhile, space is
Perfectly
fake.
sealed is you end up with a diffusion rate.
Yeah.
Proportional to the different
A diffusion rate of what?
gas.
Gas.
If
Gas
it's a
pressure?
gas pressure.
How'd you get gas pressure without a container?
No, this is a container just leaking. There's a rate
this is a
associated
container.
with
Why
it.
you need a container?
So container then.
So we definitely need a container.
No, if you have a container.
No,
and-
yes.
We've got a container.
No, yes.
So we've got a
There's a
container
rate.
then.
If you have a container.
Yeah, we have.
No, we need a container.
We need one. So we've got a container. So the containment that we must have to be breathing debunks space, outer space, the sky vacuum, because that hasn't got a surface area to press upon to develop gas pressure for us to be breathing. It would be a area of volume for the gas to move into and diffuse in line with entropic law. Diffusion is an entropic effect. It would describe how the gas would escape into the volume of space if it was real. It would diffuse into it, right? Entropy law, right?
And we do. We have helium, which ejects itself readily into space.
As would all of the gas.
No.
So
not all of
you
it.
believe that helium will escape into the area of volume, but other gases will defy entropic law and cease diffusion? So gases don't
It's not
diffuse
defining
then?
it.
I haven't finished. You said a moment ago it's diffusion. What's diffusion? That would be escaping into an area of volume. The sky as a vacuum would be an area of volume. So diffusion, mate.
Yeah. So pressure is force per unit area. Within the
Surface
air,
area.
we have a measurable acceleration
That's surface
rate
area, knucklehead.
downwards.
Yeah, within the
Surface
container.
area.
He said within the
Force per
container.
area.
He said force, unit area, within the container. Yeah.
Well, you're assuming a container.
No, you just assumed it. You just assumed
You're
it.
assuming a container based upon definition.
Based
And
on
that definition.
No,
That
based on...
definition is the definition for children for gas pressure.
Oh, really?
Hold on.
Chemically protect-
Hold on. This is interesting. Sorry, it's just us going by words and their meanings and stuff, right?
Definitions are arbitrary, and then you evaluate whether or not those definitions are accurate.
So what does that mean? What
That's
does that
okay.
mean?
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
What you just
Hold on.
said.
Yeah, I get that. It's called the Socratic method. Yeah? We have to agree. We have to come to a reasonable conclusion. And I think we've got there. The reasonable conclusion being that there's an antecedent-consequent relationship of gas pressure and containment for it to press upon. That's the antecedent-consequent relationship. It's defined within all of the definitions you had read off to you. Yeah?
Yeah, it's containment. But
Yeah.
that does not mean you need a physical barrier in one discrete location.
That's what a container is.
What a retard.
That's what a container is.
Bro, this cat said definitions are arbitrary. Why are you using words, bro? What's wrong with you?
There's
Why are you even using
also
words? The definitions are arbitrary. Any word so are you telling me that any words that you say, I could just flip the meaning in my head, however I want? When you say definitions are arbitrary?
Everyone calm down. He's right.
Who came up with the definitions?
He's right. There's nothing wrong with what he said. In that regard.
The person who came up with the definitions picked a random string of letters, and that became the word.
No, that would be gobbledygook.
Fucking retard.
No. That's,
Wow.
What's the definition of definition?
Thank you.
I'm on board with
What is defined as? I don't know.
Here it is. Baltard community. Are you listening to this? Utter batshit insane moron. This is what you're left with.
Yeah.
Does it smell good?
Definition doesn't mean
You
definition.
fucking clown. Thank you very much.
The definition of definition is a statement of the exact meaning of a word.
And that meaning was defined by a person. And people can be incorrect.
Yeah, meaning. The meaning. And what's meaning Are we really doing this? Yes, it seems we are, because the globe has
Yes,
lost.
we're doing.
Yeah, we are going to go down this road because the globe has lost.
This is terrible, guy. To rethink your whole shit, bro.
So are we gonna define the word meaning now?
No.
No, because some guy came up with it.
The point I'm making is that definitions are not always necessarily correct, especially when you're dealing with physical definitions.
I see.
Especially when you're dealing with pseudoscientists. But when it comes to the physical and natural world and we're defining things, it's based on actual experience.
That's fair enough, right? So therefore,
you're
if the
taking the
definition's
definition
wrong,
of
my
gas
friend, I'm
from
responding to
the
your
globe
comment.
model
I'm responding to you. Yeah. So you're saying doesn't necessarily follow just because it's defined that it's correct. I absolutely agree. Therefore, if it's not necessarily the case that containment means a physical barrier, please show me gas pressure without a physical barrier.
Without a physical barrier.
Like you're claiming.
Okay, so between the altitude I'm standing at and the altitude 10 kilometers above me, there is a large pressure difference. What container is in between me and that?
That's a gas pressure gradient. I'm asking you to show me gas pressure.
It's a pressure difference.
I'm asking you to show me gas pressure.
A container is required every time you have a pressure difference.
No, it's not.
He asked you, how do you have gas pressure in the first instant, retard? Because you just invoked gas pressure gradients. Which comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients?
We don't have to go in.
Which comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients? The change or delta in gas pressure.
You're doing the chicken or the egg.
Which comes first?
I'll answer you because he's not going to. He's going to tell you it's chicken egg. No, before you have a gas pressure gradient, you first must have gas pressure. And in order to have gas pressure,
well,
first got to have... Is it painful? Devastating conclusion needs chanting through. Does it, Globe Believer? It's a question, not rhetorical.
Which is, you don't need gas pressure.
Sorry, I said, does the devastating conclusion require you chanting through it? That was my question.
You don't need to have gas pressure to have gas pressure gradients.
Is that what he just said? You don't need to have gas pressure
Did he say that?
to have gas pressure gradients.
Yes, he did. Say it again.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
It said it's better to phrase it as you need gas in order to have a gas pressure gradient.
Nope, you said you don't need gas pressure for gas pressure gradients. You said that.
I didn't
it's
say
recorded. Yes, you did. It's recorded. You're fucked.
Did I heard you?
Pressure to have a gas pressure gradient. Can you tell me that?
Huh?
So we do first need gas pressure then. So okay, let's move on. So in the first instance, before we get to your gas pressure gradient question, we need to first address how we have gas pressure in the first place then.
Well, how we have gas in the first place.
Well, we need a container.
Because gas pressure is a property of gas.
Yeah, requiring containment.
Yes.
Yes. So therefore, because we have gas pressure, we must have containment.
We do have containment.
So therefore, space is fake because we have containment. Now, if you're to assert that that containment isn't a barrier, then you need to show me a barrierless container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief that the sky is somehow containing the gas to develop a gas pressure for you to ask me about the gas pressure gradient.
Okay. Well, what creates a pressure is force.
Oh, no. What creates a gas pressure, not pressure. We're not talking about shark bite pressure.
Not what I asked.
Right?
No, that's not what I
gas
asked.
pressure.
I asked.
In a gas.
I asked you to show
say,
me.
An accelerating...
Stop. I asked you to show me gas pressure with a barrierless container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief in a sky vacuum that will give us containment for the development of the gas pressure gradient you asked about. Show me a container without a barrier.
A container without a barrier.
Yeah, your assertion is that it doesn't mean it's got a barrier if it's containment. So show me a container, aka containment, that's barrierless. Go.
Oh. You're actually committing a fallacy, right?
Fucking shut up.
No, go on. I want to hear
My
it.
God.
I want to hear it.
Oh, you don't? All right.
That there is an alternative to there being a singular physical barrier.
That's your claim. You're saying the single physical barrier, which it must be to be a barrier, is barrierless. That's your claim.
Well, your claim...
Don't tell me what I'm claiming. You've claimed barrierless container as a thing. Now I'm asking you to prove it. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I'm not claiming barrierless container.
So the container's a barrier.
Your claim is a barrier?
No, a container is a barrier. Unless you're saying otherwise, you've just denied that you're saying that. So we're all in agreement that the container would be a barrier for something to press upon, in this case, gas.
Okay, yes, it's a barrier.
Yes. So there's a barrier for us to be breathing gas pressure. That means no space travel. That means no visits to Mars. That means no visits to the moon. That means sky vacuum debunked. Because the heliocentric model definitely doesn't assert that there's some sort of barrier between us and the sky vacuum. They claim you just traverse the gas that's uncontained because there's no barrier, and then you get to space, an empty volume that the gas would fill, because it doesn't have a barrier in the heliocentric model. So the heliocentric model and its barrierless sphere-shaped air next to a vacuum is debunked, because we must have a barrier, a container, containment for the gas pressure we are breathing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're claiming a singular discrete barrier which holds the gas pressure in.
I'm saying that we breathe gas pressure, and therefore there must be a container, because it's an antecedent consequent relationship I can easily demonstrate. If you feel the need to challenge that claim of an antecedent consequent relationship between gas pressure and containment, then you need to show gas pressure without a barrier.
I've already said I agree with you that we need containment to have...
Therefore, space is fake. It's the end of the argument. Outer space is fake. NASA and the heliocentric model aren't claiming we have a barrier between us and some fake sky vacuum. They say it's just an open area with the gas and the clouds exposed to the vacuum of space, with nothing between them. Ultimately debunked as you concede, there must be containment. Space is fake.
You're making an additional assumption in there after we realize that there must be some form of containment, that barrier is a singular discrete solid.
It's a physical barrier. Yeah, you can't have a non-physical barrier, you fucking retard.
But can you show me a non-barrier that things can move through, but gas won't move through? Show me a container that a fucking rocket ship can move through, but gas won't. Go.
A gaseous container.
Sorry, a container that's gaseous? Gaseous
There's a pressure
container?
difference between...
Sorry, there's no bonds between gases. Yeah? Therefore, all that there is between gases is gaps. Now, gaps don't contain anything. So, no, a gaseous container is an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I ask again. Show me a container that a rocket can travel through, but gas cannot.
Gas pushes off of itself. Yes,
It's not what I asked. I asked you for the third time to show me a container that a rocket ship can go through to get to Mars, but gas can't.
You're still just shifting the burden of proof.
What, onto you with your claim of a sky vacuum and a sphere-shaped air and a sphere-shaped world for the sphere-shaped air to go around? Is it me flipping the burden when I say prove that we've got a barrierless, containerless gas pressure? That's my burden to prove, is it? No, that's the Western worldview that the sky is a vacuum called space, violated by natural law. Diffusion, right? The gas would diffuse into that space if it was real. Unless, of course, you, with the burden of this claim of a sky vacuum, can show me that there's a barrierless, barrier-free container that contains gas, but not rockets.
Why can't you just say it's a globe with no vacuum? Why can't you just have a gradient all the way out?
That is the claim of the globe.
Yeah, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. What is the second law of thermodynamics in equation form? And give us a brief description. Go.
I don't remember the exact equation, but it's that.
Oh, then you're in over your head. Why are you even here? Did you think that you were smarter than us?
Huh?
Yeah, that's the answer to my question, all right. Why are you even here?
Why am I even here?
Yes, I'm proposing that you are thick as shit and don't belong here.
No.
No? You don't know what entropy law is? You're here talking about diffusion. That's an entropic effect. But you haven't got a clue what you're really talking about, do you? I mean, you spew out words like diffusion. You don't really know what it means, do you?
I do.
It's an entropic effect. Yeah, that's entropy. Do you know what entropy is in terms of its law name?
It's the amount of disorder in a
Someone asked, what's the law called when we describe entropy?
Disorder. He's incorrect.
That's not what I asked him,
disorder.
That's not what I asked him.
Oh, God.
What's the law called when describing entropy? Smart ass. You said, no, you're not dumb. You do deserve to be here. What's the law called? You've already been given it. What's it called?
The second law of thermodynamics, yes.
Oh, right.
And I think I was muted
that?
when somebody asked me and I responded.
He asked you for the equation.
Within a system,
he asked you for the
time,
equation. That's what he asked you for. Mathematics. That's what he asked you for.
Amount of entropy over time will always increase. It never decreases.
Well, if that's true, it will always increase. Then you are proposing by your atmosphere contradiction in terms that entropy is not increasing because gas is staying on the earth without barrier. You're violating the second law of thermodynamics, Brownian motion, Boyle's gas law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law. You are a fucking walking clusterfuck.
Well, that's not the globe's claim.
Yeah, that is. That is.
The globe's claim is that we lose gas into space.
That is the case. My claim is you can't have gas pressure without a container.
There's a diffusive rate of gas into space.
There's not a diffusive rate.
That's the claim of the globe, is my point.
The claim of the globe. You're a globe heretic. You'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior and fifth grade intro to just plain general science. You're a fuckwit.
How do you
demonstrated in spades here today.
How'd you calculate it? How'd you calculate it?
You got an A in fluid dynamics.
How'd you calculate
Where?
it?
From Tuco Community College in Tobago.
Okay, thank you.
No.
How do you calculate the diffusion rate? Do you need the volume?
And the difference in pressures.
You need the volume.
That's actually, you don't need the volume. You need the difference in pressures at that given point in time, and you need
Where'd
the
you
area.
get pressure?
You measured it.
Where'd you get gas pressure from? You don't have a barrier. You have a barrierless container.
See, you keep doing this.
You keep doing that.
You keep making the assumption that barrier has to be discrete.
It has to be physical. Physical barrier. There are no
physical.
There are no. Shut the fuck up. There are no physicalless containers or non-physical containers, son.
I agree.
Right. So therefore, we have a physical container. Therefore, space is fake. Because if there's a container, then there's no container that contains gas but not rocket ships. Therefore, everything they've told you about space is a lie. It's that simple.
Can you have a barrier that...
Why are you asking me something? You're out of space is fake. Why are you asking me something?
My point is you're assuming a solid and physical barrier.
That's what a container is. Yeah, to be containing it. And unless you can show me a container that holds in gas, but also lets gas out at a diffusion rate. So this containerless container both contains the gas on Earth and lets it out with a diffusion rate, which you say isn't calculable with volume.
Yeah, that's
it's calculable by difference in... Well, it's not related to volume.
Or is it not how to calculate it?
Define how the rate changes over time, because if you have the volume, then you can figure out how much gas you have and the rate at which that pressure would change.
How do you have a volume without a container?
How do you have a volume without a container?
Yeah.
Or you define a volume arbitrarily.
There's those definite arbitrary definitions again. What's a container? Is it an anvil?
Just as a point, guys, if the point you're defining is arbitrary, How do you then
I gotta
calculate the
go.
volume from an arbitrary figure? You can't. You have to define the figure. You can't have an arbitrary figure.
Adam, you must have missed it. The definitions of words are arbitrary.
I heard. I was waiting to drop it in myself, but for him to like snatch his own wig off with it is hilarious. But then to use it in a wholly inappropriate way when he's going to need to have some definition to give him the volume, not an arbitrary volume. He's going to do a calculation with it. He's going to do a calculation with an arbitrary number.
Use an arbitrary calculator.
For his arbitrary container.
And Bob,
we've still not got to what's creating this arbitrary containment. It's just so.
It's an arbitrary container with a diffusion rate into space. The non-containment version of it, where it does diffuse. That's how good a container it is when it's arbitrarily ascribed to being a container in the first place. It lets gas go and contains it both at the same time. It's amazing. Lets rockets go, but also keeps all the gas here. Incredible, really.
Only when you have a religious belief.
Yeah, in space. It's fake.
He can't handle that.
Well, he ran away the moment we got down to defining volume.
What did this turn out to be? Freaky Friday? Everybody's putting their claims on you, Nathan. Excellent.
That was the same argument that I had on the street. Eventually, he ran away. But look at, instead of just running away like that lad and girl did, when they got to gas go down, go boom boom. Realistically, look at what was put here through an internet warrior. Look at how he's prepared to just speak absolute driffle, make stuff up on the spot, redefine containment, redefine barriers. All in a, as Neil says, in a desperate attempt to maintain his religious faith, but deny all the science that they accuse us of denying.
Redefine defining. Classic. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting the PayPal link and thanks button, and all that good stuff. Also, be sure to smash the PayPal, not the PayPal link, the GoFundMe link for Flatzoid's new PC. So that will be linked below as well. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!